The link, the link. Let me send the link. Yeah. On the email. Yeah.
So are you guys ready for Isaac this one? Else? You know, so I didn't have time for it. Nobody got it. Nobody got it. Okay. No.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. But it's this one.
It's only three.
What's three?
Four is a bunch of videos, and then five is frequently asked questions.
Oh,
Three full members.
okay.
But I'll buy a person. So, yeah.
Yes, then you did.
On the mic.
Yeah, already. Isaac is getting on by already.
Yeah, Dave, microphone. It's oh, it did. Hold up.
Calm yourself down.
It's me. And you know,
You have more.
it's me. I look at the movie and I feel like it's no voice. And so I assumed that it was not young, but I'm fine. It's just funny when it's old. Yeah, yeah.
If you practice,
Yeah. Good. Good beginning.
Ollie was diagnosed with big time. Like the conversation we're having, was looking for like interesting.
Oh, that's what I like this.
Oh, no. How are you today? Well, welcome. My name is Ambassador Johnson, president of the Cooperative Executive. These are the twins, the legacy. Hello. Hello. Good morning. My name is Ambassador Denisha L. Johnson, president of the Cooperative Executive Management. President of the Cooperative Executive Management Team. Hello, everyone on the live stream again. Day 3. We're ending out the day today with all of our live speakers in person. They'll be here to talk to us about intellectual property. We'll be talking about plant research. We'll be talking about hydroponics. Always in South Africa, she will be on the stream as well to do a demonstration. So this morning, we're going to start as we did with every morning with Victoria B. Johnson, giving our introduction. And today we have our twin brother, David Michael Johnson, who has been our technician for the last 2 days, working with our virtual speakers. So I'll give my to Victoria for introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, and participants, good morning and welcome to the fifth annual HempTech. My name is Victoria Lee Johnson, but I just go as Victoria. And it has been an incredible honor to serve as your Master of Ceremonies. It's transformative. As we embark on our concluding day, I want to take a moment to reflect on the invaluable insights and groundbreaking discussions we've experienced over the past 2 years. Yesterday was particularly exceptional, featuring powerful presentations, inspiring talks from some of the brightest minds in the industry. Nathan delivered thought-provoking session on youth job creation and essential networking and the success of young entrepreneurs in the international business. Lady Joanna captivated expertise on intellectual property protection, a critical aspect of safeguarding innovation, and product development and consumer rights. And of course, we cannot forget Isaac
Yes.
Janwick, Through dedication and leadership in the USDA and sampling and testing class, provide us with valuable knowledge, practical skills, and practical skills. Isaac's commitment to the agency NSA Iowa program is truly commendable, and we are thrilled to have him lead our final session. As we move to the last day of our conference, we have an exciting lineup of in-person speakers who will undoubtedly capture the essence of what we have to set out to accomplish. Today's sessions will devolve into intersection of cannabis and healthcare, featuring department heads for the Center of Plant Research Medicine Center, who serve for plant medicine. They will share their expertise on the journal of a plant and become a medicine and the process of medicinal usage. We will also have discussions on vegetable products for farmers and agribusinesses, as well as discussion on intellectual property protection, emphasizing the importance of security innovations in our rapidly evolving. I'm immensely proud to be part of this conference, and particularly meaningful to me as I speak in the future of my mother. It's not just for herself, but for my children. As youth, we are stepping into a world of endless possibilities. And this conference is that they lay the foundation for our generation to take over, continue the work of those who came before us. As we engage in today's sessions, I encourage you all to continue networking, sharing ideas, and forming collaborations on attractive future success of the cannabis industry. The knowledge, connection, and inspiration gained here are invaluable. And I'm confident that together we can achieve remarkable. Thank you for being a part of this journey. Let's make this Within One Hemp's conference a resounding success and accepting our collective dedication and vision for a sustainable and prosperous future. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, David. Okay, so are y'all ready for Isaac?
It's not.
Isaac is a 10. So Isaac is here. Everyone on the live stream, Isaac is here. We did print copies of lesson 1, lesson 2, and lesson 3. We went over lesson 1 yesterday. So lesson 2 and lesson 3 are today. Isaac will take you over those. He's going to be coming up on the stream. They will put him up here. After Isaac will be in person with practical systems. They'll talk about intellectual property in regards to agriculture. Then we'll go to Metro Farms in South Africa, and she'll be demonstrating her hydroponic systems. And then we'll end with a panel for the Plant Research Science Center on how do we change this plant into medicine, and how you can do that right here in John. So let me get this queued up and I can come on. You can always go to www.coopexecutives.com for the training classes that we spoke of yesterday. They're also in your bags. The new classes that we're going to start, the produce safety class, the growing training class, the transition to organic farming class as well. It's also what we're starting. So all of you that are on the live stream, if you are interested in these training courses or contacting any of our speakers today, then we'll put that information in the chat. If those of you here want to engage with the folks in the chat, if we want to have any questions that we can't see or get to, we can do that as well. So, first of all. So there is a new link if you are not aware. So we will go to Isaac in a minute when we get this queued up. However, let me take some time for some housekeeping for today. So we will not be going to the Baboon Reserve. We will be going to Shy Hills after lunch at around 1. So we have a site tour. We'll be going outside to our demonstration garden first to show you the small scale of what we're putting together in regards to infrastructure. So that's just here at the house, and then we'll be leaving here to go to Shy Hill, which is a 3-acre site. It's actually the site of an existing water factory. One of the expats from the United States is partnering with us for use of his land. So,
All right, try again.
hello. Hello, Isaac. Isaac?
Yes, I can hear you.
You're like God. Where is he? Oh, he's on the phone. Oh, okay. So how are we gonna get good? Jesus, Papa, you got something to say about that? Oh, the God voice. Okay. Fine, right. Yeah, yeah.
So you don't want.
No. Yeah.
So try to bring it. Move
So
it.
how will I get to the information?
You can use the chat.
No, there's a presentation that he has. So he has to come on the stream. Or does he want me to log in myself? I can do that. Let me do that. I think that might be easier. So let me log in myself. Where's your phone? So if he can he see the stream?
Isaac, can you see the stream? Yeah, the same.
Yes.
100% okay, 100%.
So tell him I have it. They just need to go on the stream. Oh, this time.
Oh, on my bed. The goal is to keep the focus on the stage. Yeah, they all over there. You can't see them now, but bring the focus on the people who are streaming can just see that, not be distracted enough. Just to do it that.
Dr. Green? Dr. Green? So, you need to be on the phone, because they're gonna have to log in.
So, let's keep up.
But he's to be on the stream. Isaac has to be able to see himself so he knows where we are in the stream.
Are you sure that's for me?
Share which stream? Share it how?
I think that's isolated.
No, we can't do that because there's too much feedback. It's too, you can't have a stream in the same room at the same time with two different devices. So somebody that, so it can't, it's not possible. Because it'll be feedback. So this phone is streaming. We can't also stream from here and put it up where it's side by side because it's two in the same room. So the audio will get feedback. Yeah, but we need to see this.
That's what I'm saying. I'm sure that's really shared. Like you can share the screen. When you share that, see the dash, right? So I'm trying to explain their eyes to see what's on the TV.
No. All right, spoken to. Thank you.
Yes, hello everyone. Once again, welcome to the second class of the FSA Acreage Reporting. You're with me, Isaac Katumba Gondwe. My apologies because of internet and other, I was trying to connect my PC and the internet was very slow, but otherwise we're good to go for today's class. I hope everyone can hear. Thank you, Ambassador Davisha. Thank you, Mr. Peter Adede and everyone that is in class. And I welcome you all to this class of today. All right. Is everyone listening? Because I cannot hear you. All of you, I can't hear you, probably. Is it with me or let me just check my studio here. Yeah, everything is okay. It's me. It could be with you. Okay, beautiful. You can hear me. That's all right. So let's start. I was waiting for your signal because it sounds like I'm only talking to myself. So sounds good. I've got a signal that everyone can hear me. So thank you very much, guys. Welcome to the second class of the today's lesson of FSA Acreage Reporting Overview, where we're looking at lesson 2 of this class. We only have about 5 classes to attend, and we need to make sure that we finish so that we can be certified by the Corporate Executive Management Team through the ADC NSAI program, a very beautiful program where we are trying to go back to our culture and reviving our cultural diplomacy that we have grown to be farmers, and then we have to go back to our former way of living where we are, we used to farm organically. And this is the essence of this program. So please pay attention while I take you through today's course. So yesterday we were looking at the objectives, the course content, but today we're going to start at, looking at the objectives of today FSA acreage reporting. And we're looking at, being able to evaluate crop acreage reporting at the Farm Service Agency and county levels, and also looking at being able to examine the process of preparing the first-time producers to report acreage within the FSA. And also, we are going to look at the course content, which is the content points that learners must also understand in today's class. We're looking at 2 executive points where we want to look at hemp crop acreage reporting at FSA country office, and also preparation of first-time producers to report crop acreage FSA, that's Farm Service Agencies. Now, without wasting your time, let's go straight to hemp acreage reporting at FSA country office overview, where we're looking at the Farm Service Agency is a regulatory body that works with the USDA Domestic Hemp Production Program, DHPP, to help support hemp production stakeholders. As a producer, you must register your farm with the FSA. When you report the hemp crop acreage standardized is crucial in helping the FSA to track and report hemp production to law enforcement. We covered these things yesterday in lesson 1, but this thing we're trying to just go a bit deeper in understanding the general overview of acreage reporting. So here we're looking at the very important point in the federal, state, and tribal regulators may verify the lot designation after reporting crop acreage to the FSA by assessing the hemp e-management platform hemp database. This is a very important point to note as far as FSA acreage reporting is concerned. And there we're also going to look at, we're going to continue by looking at hemp intended use, where we're looking at where we're looking at it is very important to note that hemp that is grown for a research will be reported with the status code X, experimental. So X means experimental. You have to note that the hemp that is grown for research will be reported with status code XX, which is experimental. It is very important to note that. So additionally, we're looking at the computer is very fast. We're looking at hemp, the lot designations, where we're looking at hemp is regulated differently than other crops. Licensed producers must determine in advance their planting location number, what intend to plant. Hemp must be reported within 30 days from the day of planting. And different varieties of hemp need to be kept separate in different lots. So verifying the compliance starts with reporting crop acreage. So license numbers and accurate data are critical. Accurate lot ID are needed to track, test, and report hemp, including the law enforcement reporting. Please, you must really not understand that. And it is also important at the same time to note that the federal, state, and tribal regulators may verify the lot designation after reporting crop acreage to the FSA by assessing the hemp e-management platform database. Very important to note. So we are going to look at the hemp, the additional reporting requirement in the FSA, where we're looking at licensed hemp producers have additional reporting requirements under the hemp production program that are separate from the FSA reporting requirement. Producers who require about additional reporting requirements should be directed to the DHPP staff or your regulatory agency for guidance. Note that the hemp planted for the acreage reporting deadline should be reported immediately after planting. However, it must be reported within 30 days calendar days after planting. Please note that. Let's continue with another slide. If you understand what I'm saying or I'm speed, please put your comment in the comment sections so that I may, dance to your tune. Now, the first preparation of first-time producers to report acreage FSA. As a first-time producer, you may wonder how you start report crop acreage within the FSA. Remember that you need to establish farm to comply with reporting requirements that you need, and you need to follow the following steps. Complying with the reporting requirements, you need to follow certain steps. And then let's look at these reporting requirements within the complying of the FSA report. Now, we're looking at once you have a farm number, you can complete your crop acreage report to register your hemp crop as soon as possible after planting. The producer must report the following information. Number one, as a producer, this is the very important and must report the following information. First, you need to have farm number. And then secondly, you need to have farm location identified on a map. So if you have an existing map, bring it with you. And then you also need to have a field location, and then size of each growing location, and proof of ownership, deeds or lease information, crop type and intended use, or cannabinoid fiber, etc. These are very, very important, information that you need to bring them along. And as far as irrigation practices and planting dates are concerned, all these, it is a must that you must bring them along with you. And also, please note that each lot must be only one variety. Each lot must be on only one variety. Please note that, and you must take down that, because that you'll find it in your own assessment down there. Another point to note is new farmers should check the Farm Service Agency crop acreage reporting fact sheet before coming into an FSA office for the first time. You really need to understand that it is very much important for you to for farmers to have the farm check list. And also, you must note that it is also important that once hemp is planted, the producer need to report crop acreage in 3 days. We really talked about that in the first place, and we explained that. We really explained that. So let's proceed. Let's proceed. Mhm. Okay, that's right. Sometimes we might have internet challenges, like we said. So this video above there, I'm not going to play it, because whatever is played there, we can also explain it, because we don't need to waste our time with playing the video. But what the video is talking about is, after the producer reports their planting information, they will receive an FSA 578 report for commodities, farm track details listing. So the report will provide the producer with the farm track field and sub-file number associated with each parcel of land. So these numbers will be used to create a unique lot ID used to identify and track your hemp producer. Must report each variety or strain as a hemp producers lot IDs to certified sampling agents when hemp samples are taken for the purpose of regulatory compliance testing. So the sampling agent labels each sample with their corresponding lot numbers to keep the separate. So these samples are provided to hemp testing and laboratories and reported in the DHPP hemp management platform database. So lot IDs need to match so that test results can be linked to their proper lots. Very important point to note at the same time. Please, let's continue with that. There again, we also need to note that we are here to help you get started. Contact us if you have a question at any point during the processes. So the FSA maintains an office in each state, in the state of capital or near state grant unit. So anytime you get started, you visit the USDA to find your state office for further, assistance. So it's been a very short class. Otherwise, let's try ourselves for what we have understood. And these questions below meant that you self-acknowledge and recall what we have learned so far. So let's do these 3 questions together, and and test our understanding. So we can start with true or false. Okay. Internet is very slow from this end, so please pardon me. But otherwise, I think I jumped one slide. I'll just take you a bit. My apologies for that. But otherwise, it's internet. As you can see, I'm trying to click, but internet is not responding. But well, let's do this. Okay. Okay. What I'm going to do is, I just jumped one slide, and I'll revise that one slide for you so that we can be together, because we already did this part, and we also have done. We didn't do is consider sampling and testing cost when planning and planting. So here we'll just look at a few things as far as consider sampling and testing cost is concerned. So let's do this, because I think it's also a video. Okay.
Now that we have a basic understanding of what a lot is, let's revisit a visual from a previous course. Here you can see the various ways in which a lot or multiple lots are defined by different planting layouts.
All right. You heard the voice, of our USDA facilitator, but those things were covered. What I wanted to take you through is this, area where we're looking at, before we go to the three questions, I wanted to take you through this slide. Okay, so this is a proper definition of lots, numbers, example, variety, number of lots, and example. So each lot variety planted is continuous in area, and then also have lot variety 2, where we're looking at variety planted in. Oh, come on, our internet is disturbing us. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Okay, okay. Hemp producers provide ID to certify sampling. This is the page that is coming and it's running. So I'm trying to bring it to my attention, but it's just something that we needed to demonstrate in as far as lots are concerned. But you have understood and you've grasped the value proposition of the FSA Acreage reporting overview. So let's just straight go to these three questions, and let's do this as quickly as possible. I think we have, however, we're not going to comply to internet barrier. So let's look at these three questions, where we'll look at one question and then we submit. So let's look at true or false. A lot refers to the continuous area in a field where greenhouse or indoor growing structure containing the same variety or strain of cannabis. Or false? True or false? I can't hear the class speaking, please. Okay, I can't hear you. I can't hear anyone, but I think what we wanted to do is to go through this, and then we move to the next, the next lesson today, because we need to cover up 5 lessons. So when we do 3, 4, that means we're done. So I can't hear you, but I'm sure you can hear me. So we're looking at true or false. A lot refers to a contiguous area in a field, greenhouse, or indoor growing structure containing the same variety or strain of cannabis throughout. So is it, the answer is true. Is it true or false? So You can hear me clearly, but I can't hear you. So I don't want to just do these things alone, but I'm sure we wanted to do. Yeah, now I can hear you. Now I can hear you.
You
Yes,
can hear
now I
us
can
now.
hear you. Yeah, yes, I can hear you very, very well. Very, very well.
I just can't hear you guys.
Put the
Yes.
mic.
Now I can hear you very.
It's true.
Okay, true. Okay, let's try that one. We will submit it.
Oh no. Speak again.
Yeah, I can hear you very well. I can hear you very, very clearly.
He's coming through. He's coming through uh through the laptop.
Wow. So the answer is true or false. Hemp must be reported within 30 days after it's planted. I think we got
The
that one.
crowd said
Yeah, the computer is, I mean, the internet is too slow here. On tomorrow, let's pick in our today's lesson, and let's proceed to another question.
all right.
Sharing.
Hello. That worked. Hello. Hello. He dropped off. Yeah, he dropped off. Dang, internet. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Hear you. Let's proceed. Internet is a problem. I lost my internet connection, so I had to. Okay.
Testing. Hello.
Hello, I can hear you. I can hear you very, very well.
We have a bit of feedback, so what we're gonna do is, I know.
Okay.
Hush, right now.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, beautiful.
All right. So you were continuing on with question 1, correct?
Yes, I was continuing on question one. Question one, yes. So we're gonna do question 2 and then question 3. So we already did question 1 and now we are heading to question 2. So we are doing question 2, which is true or false. Hemp must be reported within 60 days after it is planted. Is it true or false? Class, I can't hear you. Is it true or false? Hemp must be reported within 60 days after it is planted.
That are
Remember?
online by streaming, you'll be able
Yes.
to also access this. I will send it to you in the chat. So lesson
Okay.
3, learning objectives, identify the information that producers need to report changes to hemp crop acreage, evaluate the process that producers must take to report changes to hemp production to the farm agency. The content points are here, information that producers need to report changes to hemp production acreage. So this is the information that you're going to need for your reporting. Most of this also is going to be regulated here in Ghana. The regulation numbers, the file rules, you can negate because they'll be different in each jurisdiction. What I want you to focus on here, which is not in your printout, which is here on the screen, is the example. So the example here is 4 plants. So the example here is 4 plants died in this lot. So the producer decides to fill in the 2 rows with 4 new plants. So when you're looking at how you design your lot and your acreage, you also need to look at what plants are growing, what plants died, if there's any changes. So this is the information that you need to report in regards to changes of your actual crop and how it was, what your yield was and what that looks like. So let's fix this. Okay, so information that producers need to report changes. So these are the things that you need to report. Street address, if that changes, you need to report that. The extent of the practice of what you're growing, you need to report that. If the lot changes, if you start out with 1 acre and now you have 5, you need to change that. If you decided to erect a greenhouse or any other type of physical structure on your farm, you need to report that. All locations where hemp produced must be reported to the FSA. So anywhere that you're growing hemp for any variety needs to be reported. We're going to go through this afternoon the live demonstration. So I've already printed out 2 diagrams. The diagram that we started with, and then the Crop reporting is so this is the USDA's website that we are authorized to facilitate their classes. There's about 70 or 80 different classes as part of the NLP. So the NLP is the National Organic Program, the OILC, which is the Organic Integrity Learning Center. It's a database that they created to provide training for farmers, businesses, and anyone else that's interested in continuing their education. So these continuing education classes are something that we provide here at CMT. So if you're interested, you work in a governmental agency, you work in a farm cooperative, you have a farm organization, I would encourage you to come take a course at Mason. Any certifications that you can get or certificates that you can get in farming in general are good to have. But however, if you could get one from the cream of the crop or the international standard that Ghana is going to be looking at, whether that be the UK system or the US system, the USDA is a perfect place to do that. And we do provide those classes here at CMT. So our next speaker is getting ready to come up, and then we'll have our panel discussion while we queue up our last speaker, which is hydroponics, before we have lunch and then go to the side. So I'm not sure what else I covered, but I'll show you these. So these are some of the classes: conducting yield analysis, growing the organic workforce, fundamentals of inspection, hemp crop, hemp lots ID reporting, hemp seed labels, introduction to hemp testing in labs. All those are part of our train the trainer that we do, which will start next month. But there's classes on organic system plans. That is the service that we provide if you need to design an organic system plan for your farm. So I just wanted to go over some of the many classes that we offer that are through the USDA. We have about 22 classes we are authorized to facilitate, which are here. And Isaac is the lead trainer for the IOF program. So anything here that says organic, Isaac is part of that program. There's a livestock program that we're starting, which I discussed yesterday. It is a 3-week stay in the United States for a fellowship program to learn about cattle ranching and butchery. So if you are a cattle rancher and you are live here at the 5th annual HempTech conference, you are interested, you can contact us at coopexecutives@gmail.com. So we're going to get back on the live stream to get our next speaker up and set him up on stage, and then we'll continue with the program. Do you have any questions about the FSA hemp crop acreage reporting that you would like answered in relationship to Ghana? No? Okay. So we'll go on to our next speaker. So we are getting ourselves prepared for Crafo Systems. This is Colin Elikim with Crafo Systems. He's going to be talking about intellectual property. He is part of our, watch it in that chair. He is part of our AIE project, which is a cannabis consortium we have here in Ghana. He is an expat from our military, U.S. Navy, from the United States military. We met a year and a half ago, I believe. And he and his wife and children live here on this side, on the Tema side of Ghana. They've been here just as long as I have for the last 3 years. So they also have a Saturday series called Hacking the Human Mind. which goes through, well, I'll let him explain what that is. But I brought Ellie Kim here because not only do Ghanaians need to think about digitization, technology in the world. And we've been talking about international standards, what that looks like in relation to all types of other industries. But agriculture, as we just saw from hemp crop acreage reporting, is also going to have its own set of challenges as well as its own set of opportunities, not only to make money, but as we talked about yesterday, job creation. So there are certain youth that have high level technical skills that we could be putting into jobs as well in the agriculture industry that does not require them to be on the farm. Most young people do not want to be on the farm. So if you have someone that's in a technical space as well that has interest, we can still have them in the agriculture sector through what Ellie Kim will go over. So when you're ready, let us know. But while he's getting himself prepared, I do want to make a point of reference about another service that we share or we provide. Are you trying to get me on for you? I'm hearing myself. Are you doing that? Okay. So one other thing that we provide that I will bring out to you that we've printed as well is the land assessment services. So as I said yesterday, if you have land in Ghana, you're an expat, you have family land, and you want us to do an assessment of how you can monetize it, the young man in the back, Robert, raise your hand, Robert. Robert is our drone operator. So he comes out to the site with the drone. He takes pictures of the aerial view, those around to see what you have. If you have 100,000 hectares of land, you can't see that. You need a drone to be able to see where you are. If there's waterlogged areas that you can't see, if there's people squatting in places, if there's things going on inside the bush in your land that you're trying to figure out what you have in order to grow, whatever it is that you're growing, Robert provides that service. Conway also, as part of that service, provides security assessment. So when we're going through the process of the last 2 days, and now on this last day, we're getting into, we have our land, we have our license. Now we're going to start making our security plan. We're going to start doing our land usage plan. We're going to start doing all of that because we now have a cannabis license. So this is the part that you need to concern yourself about in regards to your seeds. So if you're cloning, you're making genetics in relation to certain types of hemp that you want to grow per those ecological zones that we talked about, you need to protect your intellectual property. So that is what Crapo Systems is here to talk about today. So I will give over the mic and introduce Ellie Kim Conway, Ellie Kim from Crapo Systems.
But it's okay. Yeah. So yeah, as you mentioned, I do have a military background. 15 years in the United States military, and out of those 15 years, I also worked for the Department of Defense for over 20 years. I got between me and my wife, we got about 4 decades of experience in cybersecurity and domain protection and network systems, innovation, research and development, things of that nature. We moved here in 2021 and been running ever since. So we established proper systems. We were originally diet-centric when we came, so then we rebranded ourselves when we got to Ghana, became proper systems. As you see here, the 2 flyers at the bottom, this one, Hacking Human Mind, which is a free cybersecurity awareness training that we provide every Saturday at 3 p.m., which I'm going to be doing after I get done here. And also, we're doing a 60% off consultation for a variety of different types of cybersecurities that you will need. One of the big misconceptions about cybersecurity is that everyone thinks it's for geeks in the government. No. It's for every single person that attaches themselves to the from that little computer you have on your lap to the mainframe sitting in someone's room. You need to understand the basics, at least the basics of cybersecurity. I'm going to talk about a little bit here, and I want to talk about intellectual property, and then I want to focus on the agricultural piece. So it's going to be a phased approach. I'm going to talk about Ghana, its efforts in regards to protecting intellectual property, some of the laws that are in place, and some of the collaborations that they have afoot with other organizations to do what they can to protect its citizens' intellectual property. So give me a second and we'll be ready to start. So again, welcome to this presentation. on intellectual property rights. My name is Coleman Kim. I'm one of the co-founders of Profitable Systems. We are a cybersecurity service provider whose mission is to be a strategic partner with our clients. We believe the mind is the first line of defense against cyber attacks. This training will be going over will help cover the key components regarding intellectual property rights, also known as IPRs. So I'm going to be referring to IPRs throughout the presentation. So intellectual property rights. Our goal is to provide some guidance and awareness on the importance of creating, registering, and protecting intellectual property. The objectives. We're going to talk about what cybersecurity is and its purpose. We're going to talk about what intellectual property is. We're going to talk about the types of IPRs and their purpose. Ghana's status on IP rights. And international collaboration need to know. And we're also, like I said, we're going to talk about the agricultural piece component that's associated with IPR. And just to give you a little insight, it's not just the stuff that you create. It can also be certain systems that work for you, that in regards to how you irrigate or how you cultivate. Those things can be considered intellectual property because you're the only one doing it, and therefore you need to make sure that you're able to protect it, that other people get access to it, because it affects how you, if you are a grower, or if you are a breeder, or even if you are a farmer, it's very important to understand the intellectual properties associated with what you do. And I can do a little historical referencing on it, like we taught the world how to grow. Like, so imagine all the innovative ways we've been teaching people how to farm and got no credit. And we're still doing it today, where people come and look at our farmers, oh, so that's how you guys do it. And then they take that idea back to them, and that farmer got nothing out of it. And then that thing revolutionized and innovated them because they were able to scale with that new innovation that came up with cultivation. So just to give you an example of what I'm talking about. And let me see here. We have what is cybersecurity? A lot of people ask that question. Well, cybersecurity is defending data and information on computers, systems, and networks from unauthorized access, manipulation, distribution, exposure, and theft. Those are the main functions to make sure that if something is created, it is protected. If it's being distributed, it's protected. If it's being stored somewhere, it's protected. If it's being destroyed, it's still protected. And so the intention is to create a protection system for data being developed and at rest and being destroyed. And this all comes from the perspective from me being in the military and how we deal with classified information. Actually, how we deal with any information. And that same thing applies to today as to how we give out certain information. Again, this goes on 3 triads. We call it the cybersecurity triad, CIA. It's not standing for the agency or, the cocaine import agency. The C stands for confidentiality. The I stands for the A stands for availability. These are the 3 triads in which cybersecurity operates on in regards to how to protect data, how to create a system to protect that data. And so this security model pertains to the security concepts that form the basis for development of security systems. This would include in your own home. And that's why I say it's very important. So what is the definition of confidentiality? Right? It's the observing authorized restrictions. That's the key. Authorized restrictions. So only those who are authorized to have access to it should be the ones, right? And the information access disclosure, including the means of protecting personal privacy and proprietary information. So this is essential when it comes to data protection. Only those that are authorized to gain access to certain information are allowed. This is also broken down to the level of access to an individual or an entity as it relates to the data being protected. Integrity. This is guarding against improper information modification, destruction, ensuring information non-repudiation, and authenticity. Now, I understand non-repudiation is not something we use in our vocabulary all the time. All that means is that the person that sent it can't deny that they did, and the person that received it can't deny they didn't receive it. A lot of banking institutions use this as the way of authenticating information back and forth. And so this essential concept covers the importance of assuring the accuracy of the information or data. If there are any modifications to that information or data, it must go through the proper official authorization. And now we talk about availability. This is ensuring timely and reliable access to information to authorized users. Now, even though I'm saying information, this applies to everything, anything. For example, let's go with MTN and Vodafone. They're providing you a service. You're the authorized user for that service. If someone decides to hack Vodafone by doing what we call a denial of service attack, which is overload your servers where it can't distribute the information properly, then they're attacking the availability of that resource. So just to give you an example. And so this third essential concept focuses on the securing of something being available if it's available, not being degraded or compromised. For example, access to a file folder, even a supply chain. So in regards to agriculture, how does availability work? This way, you want to protect your actual supply chain itself to make sure that no one intrude on it or cause any kind of disruption in regards to you getting your seeds or you're getting your grow out of your location. So there's different ways of you to figure out how to protect your actual crop. Now, with all of this, I would always say seek professional advice. It's okay to say, hey, I know everything. You can go to YouTube University, whatever, but in the end, it's best to have somebody who has deep knowledge as to what's going on so that you can get all the information that you need to make an informed decision. That's all it is, just to make an informed decision. And so we're always recommending seeking professional advice regarding services needed to protect your business. At Crop Systems, we can provide these services through ICT and cybersecurity consulting, policy management, which is very big when it comes to intellectual property, network monitoring, as well as risk and vulnerability assessments. These are also things that we do, as Mr. V. Ambassador said before, when we go to certain land surveys, we're doing risk and vulnerability assessments as to how viable is building something on this land is going to be for you, or how viable of you have the risk of securities that are being put in place of somebody because of the area. You know what I'm saying? So things of that nature. So what is intellectual property? My definition, mine, is the ability the mind has to take something from the abstract reality to the physical one. This is a great power to have and one that we fully do not understand. This power to create is one that we must respect and safeguard against those that wish to use it to exploit it for malicious intent. Because we are full of intellectual property. The problem is we don't know how to protect it because we're too busy sharing it on social media openly. Nobody got to pay for it. And then we're trying to figure out why is everybody getting ahead, because we're not understanding how we should be protecting the stuff. So that's, I said, that's my definition of intellectual property. And so intellectual property is broken up into a few parts. I have a few here, there are more. Intellectual property can be an idea, it can be a system, it can just be access to something. It can be processes, and it can also be procedures. So when we break down this part, well, what are the 4 parts that you need to protect these 5 things that I just mentioned, right? Well, we have patents, trade secrets, trademarks, copyrights. These are the 4 main basic functionalities that you need to use to protect your intellectual property. These are the most legal acknowledged ones internationally. There are others, but these are the 4 international well-known ways of protecting yourself. So what is a patent? Patents have legal protection for an invention of over 20 years from the patent filing date. This prevents others from making, using, or selling the invention without your permission. Copyrights. Copyrights focus on the written creation of IPs, like music, literature, software, classes that you create. All those things are associated with copyright. Anything that's written down. Copywriting will work. Would also give you exclusive rights to that particular, to reproduce it. So if someone wants to use it, they have to get your authorization. And there's some other stuff tied to copyright that I'll talk about later in the slide. Very tricky as to how you copyright. We have trademarks. This is going to be a big thing when it comes to those who want to get into agro business. Sorry. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a big thing when it comes to getting into agribusiness because this is going to be how you represent yourself, right? So protecting your business, your name, your logo, slogans, preventing others from using your or similar marks that could cause confusion among consumers or dilute the brand's value. I have a video I want to show you later on talking about that. You guys understand it once you see the clip. And so using trademarks to help brand your business identifies its reputation. In addition, this can also help build your consumer loyalty. Like, okay, he got that, got this brand, but I like this brand because of how they do it and the ethics behind it, why they did it. You understand? And so then we also have one of my favorites that we don't practice so much is trade secrets. You ain't got to tell everybody how you do your stuff. You can give them just enough to know that it's working, but you don't have to give them everything. And there's no law that says you have to, right? And so this is the last of the four, and it does not require to be registered, like I said, as it is uniquely sensitive in the operation of your business. For example, that KFC recipe, that chicken recipe that nobody knew about, but everybody grandma knew about it. that one. So these items can be your client's list. They can be supply chain information or processes and procedures, manufacturing procedures as to how you cultivate your crop, how you manufacture the seeds, and how you breed them. All those are considered to be trade secrets because no one else is doing it like you. And so protection and trade secrets are mostly done through non-disclosure agreements or through confidentiality agreements. One of those two is what they would utilize to protect you. Now, you might ask the question, well, what is that? Well, a confidentiality agreement is a non-disclosure agreement prevents employees, because that's going to be what we consider an insider threat. The person who knows how your business works is the one you need to have the most protections against. Have to do that. It's nothing against them. It's just to make sure that they understand what you're trying to do, right? And then they can take that information later and use it against you or sell it off to somebody. So proper training of your employees on how to protect your intellectual property can be done through NDAs and user agreements. I'm pretty sure some of you guys have signed some of those before you head up Shy Hills. That's all we're getting at. Then this also dealing with contractors. But we also sign these amongst ourselves to make sure that we're not disclosing information of another organization that we're working with, or business partner from disclosing confidential proprietary information. Now, like I said before about employees' education, a dedicated effort must be enforced on safeguarding intellectual property. They should also learn steps to limit the risk of accidental disclosure. Being online, talking about their business, saying certain things they shouldn't be talking about. Oh, I have this customer and he happens to be a select. They don't even know that. That's between the business and the customer. The world does not even know that so-and-so comes to your business every Thursday to pick up. And so you have to train your employees on how to not, and yourself, on how not to disclose certain information. But it's vital that employees understand the value of their intellectual property and steps that must be taken to protect it. Now, I also recommend doing IP audits. And what that is conducting regular audits on your IP. The reason why? The reason you must be up to date on those changes, because you could be operating off of outdated information, not knowing that now what you're doing now could expose your business, or what you're doing now could be illegal because you're supposed to do it this way. And so these things must be taken into effect when it comes to protecting your intellectual property. Constantly keep having either you do it or have someone else do it. Hey, go like your lawyer or someone who helped you set it up to begin with. Hey, periodically every quarter, every year, check and see if things change with how we are protecting ourselves. Back to again, seek professional advice. I'm gonna keep saying it every time. Because again, we're all very intelligent people, but I don't know everything. And I don't pretend to know everything. I know my lane, and then I know how to drive next to people in their lane, and then we drive together. I don't try to be the Renaissance man of all that stuff. I focus on what I'm good at. Yes, that is one of our things, but we operate. It may not be as efficient, but we still operate. I'm just learning from headaches and not upside my head. Let me just stay in my lane and let them do this. But I can still monitor and guide. And so this is how I want it done. I'm not going to do it. This is how I want it done. Exactly. So when registering your IP, again, it's best to find professionals that understand the regulatory processes and nuances in applying Ghana as an official when applying. So Ghana has offices that are here that are prepared to provide the needed services for your protection. Okay, always contact them or find a person who is authorized to operate on their behalf through a partnership or some type of collaboration. Say, I can go to this person because they got authorization from them to speak on behalf of this. So let's talk about Ghana. So the status of Ghana's intellectual property protection, because we are here, right? So it makes sense to talk about what they're doing. So in my mission to provide or ARIPO, it's an international organization that most of the African nations are associated with, and this IP, and are working together to establish a valued system in IP protection for Africans. The other group, Ghana, is the other one is the Norwegian Copyright Development Association, or NORCO. So again, Ghana has put a lot in Ghana in regards to protecting or not utilizing it. Yes, ma'am.
Are doing something that you can't take it from them, or is it the Ghana government saying that? Do you understand? I don't even know how to ask.
It's more of a line of yeah, trying to look at what they have and then trying to apply it here. That's why it's a collaboration and not something they're members of. They're just looking at Korea's processes for IP and the Regis process for IPs. And can we? So that's all they really have. But that's why it's just a collaboration to exchange information between governments that I found. Those two. The others are actual members of that. Okay.
Right.
Fix it up. So Ghana's government has established the international. Now, Ghana has its own organization as well. It has the international. I'm sorry. Of Justice to enforce IP laws and regulations. The Ghana Copyright Office, which has established in 1985, is responsible for registering trademarks, patents, industrial designs, and copyrights, and enforces IP laws. And there's a few laws I know you don't know, but I'm just going to brief through them real quick. One of those functions is the Copyright Act of 2005, and that's Act 690. And that's Act 690. And this operates as follows: implement copyrights and related laws, regulate the private, and provide for copyright administration, investigate and redress cases of infringement of copyright, and settle disputes of copyrights where those disputes have not been reserved for settlement by the copyright tribunal. And so the goal is for them is to help settle disputes that may have arisen when we think someone is trying to steal our property or intellectual property. And again, I'm going to show a video talking about that. And so Ghana's government is also launched a national intellectual property policy strategy back in January of 2006. And so the purpose is to strengthen the legal framework for protecting, administering, and enforcing IPR and promoting innovation and awareness. So I'm going to go over a couple of the laws that they have here. One of is the Protection Against Unfair Competition Act, and that was in 2000. So this Act 589 talks about causing confusion with respect to another's enterprise or its activity, damaging another person's goodwill or reputation, misleading the public, discrediting another person's enterprise or its activities, unfair competition in respect of in the respect of secret information, and unfair competition in respect of national or international obligations. So I can say we had to deal with this. Well, the ambassador had to deal with this when she was put Ghana together, because there were certain people that didn't like that she was doing it because they were doing it, or they thought they were doing it right. And so we had to slap them with this law because they were jumping on WhatsApp groups trying to discredit what she was doing. And so I immediately was like, well, let's go get it to your lawyer, send that to them to cease and desist because they're violating this act. And it's that simple. I ain't got to go back and forth on WhatsApp arguing with you. Hit you with that little piece of paper. Here's the law. You're violating the law. Leave me alone. If you don't, then we'll go through the matters. And that's what we want people to understand. And so now we have another one here, which is the Patent Act of 2003. Act 657 and the Industrial Design Act 660. These are all the different laws you can easily look up and find out the details of what they are. Because of time, I'm going to move on. Sorry. Okay, these are the last acts I want to talk about, the Trademark Act and the Copyright Act. These are all, I can say, very recent that they put in place in regards to protecting intellectual property. Now, you can also go and register your IP. Here are the websites if you want to take a picture of it. We have the Ghana Patent Registration, which is up on the screen. I'll give you a second if you guys want to take a picture of it real quick. I'm also with the ambassador to see if I can maybe put some of this information on her slide or put it somewhere where you guys can get access to it as well, since it's going to be associated with agriculture. Yes, something like that. And then, no problem. But it is necessary to register your IPs. The registration provides legal protection and prevents others from using your ideas, inventions. It also helps with establishing evidence of ownership. Someone says, no, I came up with it first. Now, I know in the States, we used to have what we call an old man patent. So everybody knows about the old man patent, or the cheap patent or whatever. When you got your idea, you write it down in a letter, and then you mail it to yourself. That stamp is an official stamp of when the patent was created. And so if anybody says, I created it anytime before you did, you can just come up and say, here's my patent here. It's sealed envelope, open it up. And when they open it up, they go, no, he came out with it first because it's already date stamped by the post office. So it's a cheap man. They still do. Logos. Gotcha. What part do you want to know about the company?
On this job.
Trademark. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Mix up though.
Yes.
You can bring out the best stuff.
Yes. So, oh, very much so. Like even our logo. This is our talisman. This is the protection code because it aligns with the crop fold systems. So crop fold means soul. It's treated for the soul protectors of the chiefs. And so they are the priests that take on all the attacks towards the chief. And that's what we're doing when we work with our partners. Our goal is to take the brunt of the attack and deter it from hitting the person that's actually we're protecting. And so they all wear different types of talismans. So this is our talisman to show that this person is being protected by a soul washer who's with a corporate foot. So that's where the name came from, and then we branded the organization. So yeah, logos have a lot to do with your branding. Also has a lot to do with your mission and your vision sometimes. So when it comes to creating it,
It goes to the logo.
it has to go with it. But in regards to protecting it, you have to be very stringent as to how you want it to be displayed. I don't know about Ghana, but in the state, someone told me they had a very colorful logo. And they kept sending the logo, and the very wise person, one of us, kept sending it back to them. They thought they were doing something wrong and arguing with them. And the lady said, well, if you send it to me in these colors, these are the only colors that you're authorized to use, which means someone else can use different colors. Now they have it. So if you send it to me in black and white, that colors every color, any color they ever tried to put on a logo similar to yours. So she said, that's why I kept kicking it back to you, but I couldn't tell you why I was kicking it back to you. But that's why. Send it to me in black and white, that covers all the colors. So I was like, oh, didn't know that. Yeah, because usually colors is a thing, right? So like Nike has a certain color that comes with what they do. Apple has a certain color that comes with what they do. But Apple can put any color they want out there and say it's Apple, right? As long as nobody uses that Apple logo, it don't matter what color they put on it, Apple can come after them for putting that color. Yes, because you are, I will get into it. It goes back to trademarking. I cannot cause confusion with another business to think that I'm that business. So if someone thinks that I'm them, a good example would be Fidelity Bank. It's not associated with the Fidelity banks in the US, but it looks just like Fidelity Bank. They think that now. Like you see the bank, the color, the font, all that. But it's Fidelity Bank. And they come to find out, no, that's Ghana's Fidelity Bank. There's no connection with Fidelity at all back in the States. How did they pull that off? How do they even know that there's a Ghanaian Fidelity Bank? I don't know. But I'll talk about that too in regards to certain things. If you don't have proper protection, then anybody in a different country can use it. One of the reasons why a lot of countries come to Africa, get the intellectual property and take it back to theirs because there's nothing stopping them from doing it. There's nothing, they're not breaking the law that wasn't created yet. You understand? So that's why I say you be very vigilant about protecting yourself. So again, here's some contact information. I'm gonna display it again at the end. What's the acronym? Okay, so this is the GPS location of the where the office is located at, and then I got a couple of numbers down at the bottom. I'm gonna show this to you again so you can get a bigger picture. Oh no, these are the people who you're gonna need to contact when it comes time to register your IP. So I gave you the websites, now I'm giving you the actual phone numbers so you can track them down. They're kind of hard to get a hold of, but when you do get them, don't let them go. Don't let them go. But I gave the GPS location, so you can always go to their office and say, "Hey, I've been trying to call you. Why have you not?"
Yeah, I say none of those numbers will work by the time.
That might be true. I did put this up 3 months ago, so that never might be the same. But always seek professional. Okay. But always seek professional advice, and that's what I appreciate. So when you're forming a partnership with a diasporian business owner from a different country, or it's very important to have the most up-to-date information on that country's IP laws and seek professional assistance with those that have experience in the international laws. So as you see here, I only collaborate with my people. So that's why when I talk about this, I'm only talking about us collaborating with each other. Collaborating on the continent with each other, collaborating on the continent with the diaspora as a whole. And so when you're to where are they coming from with the IP and protection? And who's going to carry the rights for the actual IP? It's just Africa should be one it isn't. You have to do one for each country that you're operating in. But I'm gonna get into it. There's another organization that's working on that in regards to just copyright. So we'll talk about that. So working with partners, this should ensure that partners are committed to protecting their intellectual property, because there's a lot of people who are devious. So this would include your suppliers, distribution, and stakeholders. Okay. Scope. Clearly define the IP. It covers like the patents, the trademarks, copyright, trade secrets. It needs to be in detail as to how the partnership will work in regards of the IT, in regards to the IP. Yeah, it's, I forgot what they call affiliate marketer or something like that, who needs your logo and needs your trademark in order to buy from, yeah, so they get to the source. So if you're wholesaling or something, not wholesaling, but if you're selling a product and you're distributing it, you want like Amazon does. People have to have the Amazon logo to let people know that they can. If you're not a person who receives products from Amazon, you shouldn't have an Amazon logo up on your store or your physical foundation. So it is necessary to determine which country's laws will apply to the agreement, because everybody laws may be similar. Person depending where they're at. You are important. The duration. How long do they get to use it? Is it for the life of the company? Is it for a year, 6 months? You need to, because if there's no timeline, then they can use it whenever and however they want, because you're going to put it. So even if y'all fell out as a company, they can still be trading using your intellectual property as they see fit. And like I said before, patents last 20 years. Intellectual property or copyrights last for a period of time as well before it's open up for everybody to use it. Yes. So in regards to that IP, how are we getting paid? Specify how the business will be compensated for using the IP. For example, royalty payments or licensing fees. And so now Ghana has three collection management organizations. They all cover different things here in Ghana. They have this. They have they're known as CMOs, and they specialize in copyright royalties collection, and they operate on behalf of the rights holder of that IP. That's why I say it's important to figure out who's going to be the owner of it, especially going to be here in Ghana. So you have the Ghana Music Rights Organization. That's one that goes and collects royalties for musicians. You also have the ARSOG, which is the Audio Visual Rights Society of Ghana, another organization that can help you in regards to protecting your information and collecting the royalties, I think, and fees of that nature. So they manage the rights of your audiovisual, of the audiovisual rights holder. And then you have Copyright Ghana, which is a reprographic, that's what they call it, a reprographic rights organization, which manages the rights of literary rights holders. So these are just some of those that and what they cover. Now, I talked about the when something in that's associated with restrictions. So state any limitations or restrictions to the use of the IP, including the geographical limitations. Like you could only talk about this IP in your country. Do not try to partner with somebody else and use it there. Usage limitations. You're going to use it 3 times in a month. You're going to use it 20 times in a year. Okay? And then you have confidentiality obligations. You can use it, but you're not allowed to tell anybody anything else about it other than what it is. You need to go into the details because that's an agreement that we have separate from this. And remember when I talked about confidentiality, right? Authorized restrictions of those having access to this needed information. If they're not authorized to have it, then you should not be giving it out to anybody. So we have liability. Address the risk of liabilities for infringement by one or both businesses and determine how the business will handle the dispute.
That also needs to be in writing. I know some people feel like what we're going to do, that we're never going to work together. No. Even if we're not, this makes it easy. It is already written out in black and white as to what happens if you violate it, if I violate it, we both violate it. And there's no argument. Hey, you violated. This is what the law says that we're going to do. Kind of like a prenup. So work it like that. So there's always some level of risk when partnering with another organization. Even with the restrictions put in place, there is a chance that those restrictions can be broken by one or both parties. It's ideal to have some form of liability agreement in place to streamline the process for whatever action needs to be taken, which most likely will be a termination. How to terminate this agreement. State the circumstances under which the agreement can be terminated and how the following processes is enacted. So if we find out that somebody was taking my intellectual property and they were only supposed to do it in Kumasi, then I find out that they're also doing it in Volta region. That's under my conditions for terms of canceling of you using my IP. Just let them know, just something. You're supposed to be distributing it in Kumasi because you said your headquarters is in Kumasi or your business is in Kumasi. Why are you in Volta? You no longer have access to my IP and you're restricted from using it, any further usage of it. Other than that, we're going to go to court. You got to deal with that process. Signatures, please get signatures. This is one of the issues separate topic. One of the things we're finding problems with when it comes to land commissions and people's documentation for lands and disputes of that nature. They don't know whose signatures are on the paper, or the people who are authorized to be on the documentation to sign it aren't there. So who are these people that signed off on it? And are they authorized to sign off on it? So you go to change of custody of evidence of, did the person who actually owned the land give this person authorization to do whatever they need to do to the land before they give it to this person? Sometimes there's a skip in the chain, or it's just made up documentation altogether. And knowing how signatures work is key when it comes to signing contracts, partnerships, businesses. All these things are associated with who's signing off, right? Just from my experience in the military, if we had somebody, say a lieutenant, sign off something that was supposed to be signed off by the CEO, he's in trouble. But they were like, well, why did you sign this? So well, you weren't around. What they got to do? You wait until the CEO gets there, and then you let him sign it, or you submit it up so it can be signed by the CEO. He's the only authority to sign off this weapons exchange, to sign off this machine being turned on, things like that. And so you have to look at these agreements and read them carefully because they work, and we're not used to reading very legality words, which I'm not. It can get convoluted and you can get confused with what they're talking about. Back to the subject matter expert. Come read this. What are they talking about? So I do that a lot. What else we have here? So we also have protection of policies. Organizations should always develop policies that protect intellectual property. I talked about that earlier. So example of policy include rules like computer usage, right? Or email communication and bringing devices into the workplace. So I have a manufacturing plant, so I'm growing, right? So I just received a bunch of biomass from one of our growers, and they want us to produce soaps with it, right? So we're now going through the manufacturing process of using that soap. Well, all of my employees that work there are not allowed to bring their cell phones into the building because this deals with a lot of how we process the biomass, how we process the biomass, how we package it, how we clean it, how we distribute it before it goes out to sale. The only cameras that should be in there are my CCT cameras. Anybody else that's a cell phone is violating the policy that we created, which gives me, because right now a lot of people don't do that, and they need to have those in place. One thing that I would say is a key thing that I've learned is that you cannot blame somebody for something that they didn't know or didn't sign off on. So you can fuss somebody all day long for not having the common sense to not think they bring the cell phone in there. And then when I talk to these CEOs, I'm like, well, is there a policy saying that they can't? And they go, well, that's common sense. I'm like, no, it's not. It's not. You thought of that. Doesn't mean the other person was thinking of that. You don't know what's going on in their head. They thought it was okay to bring their cell phone in. Why? Because they're on their cell phone all the time. You've got teenagers working up in here. You need to have a policy. They need to read it. You need to make sure they understand what they read. And then you put a locker when they come to the building where they can put their devices safely. And then they can come into the building, right? And then you have other organizations who I've worked with, and they prefer BYOD or BYOD, bring your own device, because they may not have the finances to give computers to everybody. So they'll say, just bring your own laptop, hook it up to our network, log into this portal, and do your work from that portal. So because of virtualization and COVID made that very big. Through virtualization, you can bring your own device in, you plug in, you go to their website, click on the portal, and now you're doing all the business work inside that portal. And nothing goes into the laptop, nothing goes in. It's like somebody opening up a window and you put a keyboard there and they reach into the window and they work from that window. Nothing comes out of that building. So that's how they really operate. Just an example. So staying current, we talked about it before with IP audits. Make sure your information is up to date and trends of intellectual property protection. And we cannot stress that enough. We need to do that. And so intellectual property needs. So protecting against unauthorized use of the IPs in any country depends on that country's national laws. Have global strategies to protect your IP. You can set up registration in different countries that you think you may be future footprinting. Go ahead and do legal work first to make sure that before you move in and you start setting up, nobody sees it and then goes try to duplicate it. You've already did your trademark set up. You're already set up in that country. Nobody can duplicate what you're about to bring to the table, right? So protecting against unauthorized use IPs in other countries is one of the biggest things we tell people they should implement if they want to be international, or if they want to keep it isolated to their country. It is expensive though. So IPs may protect differently in Ghana than they are in other countries. Rights must be registered and enforced under Ghana's local law. Now, she's going to wag her finger at you. There is no such thing as an international copyright. So whatever you did in one country, it's in that country. You have to go to that other country and get the copyright there. Authors do this, but there's organizations, so don't get too sad. There's organizations that collaborate to say we all agree to operate it. Any of you out of this country do something, we'll make sure that nobody will protect the shareholder of that IP or the rights holder of that IP in our country. And so copyright laws are territorial, meaning that protection is generally based on the laws of each individual country or region. However, there are international agreements and treaties that provide a framework for the recognition and enforcement, the key part, enforcement of the copyright across multiple countries. I'm gonna do an example. We all know about how China's taking everybody's ideas and all this other stuff and intellectual property because you work in China. That's why nobody can do nothing. You're in China. And when you set your business up in China, they made you right out that we're gonna take your intellectual property. And there's nothing you can do about it. So the US can fuss and cry all they want about how our companies are getting their intellectual property taken, but that's all they can do. And that's why no one's done anything. Because that country wanted a cheaper way of doing it, and China said, yeah, but here's the cost of doing it. Yes, we get them royalty rights, we get this, we get that, you get cheap labor. That's too. And so seek professional advice when it comes to putting these types of things in place. Okay, but I want to talk about some of these organizations that do international copyrights. Like I said, the two that I did mention before, Ghana is a part of those, and it's a collaboration of African countries that are set up to provide some of the protection. That's why I say I have an issue with it a little bit. So, yeah. So the Berne Convention is an industrial treaty international treaty and literary and artistic art, but this also applies to agriculture. The reason why it applies to agriculture is because a lot of people are dealing with intellectual property. If you're going to write something up on how we're now doing irrigation, and people want to use that, you want to say, well, I'm the one that came up with it, and if anybody wants. The other one is the World International Property Organization, the WIPO. Copyright challenges on behalf of the Bernie Convention to deal with any new digital ideas that are coming up. Because the Bernie Convention is set in stone as to what they're going to do. But since technology is always changing and innovating, this organization operates on their behalf to deal with any new ones that have come in and then try to come up with agreements as to how they're going to do this among all the African nations. And people are protecting their rights. And so many African countries are signatories to these treaties, which enhance protection for authors and performers in the digital age. But the funny thing is that we're not using these platforms properly. So we got TikTok, Instagram, they don't fall under these agreements. They are Instagram. And so when you're putting your intellectual property out there, this new dance you did, this new idea that you got, and you used it on TikTok, and you didn't go through this, it's TikTok. They can distribute it how they see fit because that's the goal is to get you to create content for them so that they can get ad buyers to what? Display ads. Because TikTok cannot advertise because their platform is designed for that. But if we can get you got 1 million followers. Okay, cool. We're going to pay this person and get these million views they got and pop your ass in there real quick so that you would get eyeballs on that. That's how they're same way Facebook works. That's how most of these companies operate. If it's free, you're the product. And they're allowing you to give away your intellectual property for free and you have no control over it because it's 2 months. So whatever you sign when you really read the privacy statement, at the bottom part, we say this can change at any time without your authorization or your acknowledgement. And done. Organization that facilitates cooperation and intellectual property matters among the member countries in Africa. And so all this means is that they're going to be dealing with the industrial designs and certain protocols and marks, like your logos and how you just like if you're a farmer and you go out to your field and you start taking certain pictures of your crops and you want to kind of show that, this organization is supposed to protect that if somebody tries to duplicate it. If someone tries to take your farm information and try to make it look like it's their farm, you can get, if you went through this process, you can say this person is using my actual farm on their website like it's them, like they're doing it. Because people go to websites all the time, like, oh, okay, you grab that picture, and then bloop, and pop it in part of their presentation, right? Even I've done that. I'm like, just let me grab that real quick, put it over here. Now, knowing that it may or may not be kingdom anything if you don't have any proper protection laws. So even though you're going to display your amazing growth, your 2-ton pumpkin that you grew, you know what I'm saying? Everyone's trying to figure out how you did that. Someone else can take that same picture and put it on their website and just throw whatever garbage they want on it. I don't want the garbage. Whatever information they want on it to disseminate that they're the ones that put that together. Because a lot of hackers are out there, and this is some of the things that they do. They take information from consultations, we do a variety of people from pictures that they pirated. Okay, so this one is the African Intellectual Property Organization. And don't know why they put the O in front. I guess so you can say it a certain way. Okay, I couldn't Google that. I'm like, why the hell is the O in front of it? That's not what it says. AP, I don't know. I'm going back and forth trying to figure out, and then like, okay, and then it's microphone right there. So I'm glad y'all saw that. See how I'm not staying my lane? I ain't doing that. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Now I can speak more intelligently in my next presentation. So if anything concerned about the O, this is Francophone Africa. So a lot of Francophone countries take the organization and put it in the front. That'd be cool. Like, great.
This is the, this is be the last. And I went.
So now let's talk about the agricultural piece here, right? I did mention it throughout the regular intellectual property and how you protect yourself, but there's more into it. Yes, sir.
And I will have to try hard to get the best feed, the best product that can give me the patient. So how can I protect? It will take me 10 years before I get the best out of my sperm. How do I protect this international, what do you call it, intellectual secrets?
Okay.
The trade secret.
Well, I'm gonna give you two answers. I'm gonna give you the straightforward answer. Nobody knows what's coming out of your head until you open your mouth. That's a straightforward answer.
Like
It should, that nobody talks about it, didn't happen. If you didn't write it down, it didn't happen. It didn't in your head. And you want it to stay in your head, you stay in your head. Or you write it down and put it in the safe and come back to it later. For now, it depends on how long. Okay, well, you can do that too. Now, the other answer, the legal answer behind it is go and get it protected through NGOs, not NGOs, sorry, through NDA or an agreement. For those who are working, for those who are using the manufacturer, so say it's just you doing, you've perfected it, and now you want to scale it. And so then you go talk to an engineer to figure out how to scale it, right? That'll be the first person you sign an NDA with, because they're going to be the ones that knows how to manufacture your process, manufacture your perfumes on a large scale. So an NDA needs to be with them, because they need to figure out how to make it, how to duplicate your efforts without you being there, right? The second person that needs an NDA is going to be any partners that are going to fund what you're doing, right? And you got to figure out at what capacity are your partners coming in, or are your shareholders coming in? Are they coming in just for equity? That means they don't even know anything about your product. They just coming for equity. You gave me $32,000 and you want 45 within a year. Okay, that's the agreement. I don't need to tell you nothing else about my production, my manufacturing, any of that stuff. You understand what I'm saying? And if you have to give them something, give them the bare minimum. They don't need the recipe. Because your trade secret is the recipe. Your other trade secret is how the creation process works. Yes. So how do you act on the recipe? So that's the second part you have to protect, right? And then you have to protect who gets the recipe, who sees it, and who implements the actual process. So there's a lot that goes into it. You seek potential advice. Hey, but yes. So in regards to perfume, I would also do this. If you're looking into really getting into doing perfumes, see how much information you can find on other perfume companies and see how little information they give you. Duplicate that. If you can't get like where to even get the seeds from, that's a trade secret. You understand?
To my mother.
Yeah. And you would say, no, this is my mother, this is in a family. You can't get a family secret, right? This is how we have a young lady, you probably heard of her, youngest millionaire. She created her lemonade company. Yes, and she used her great grandmother's lemonade recipe that everybody was like, I'll pay you. She was like, no, this is my great grandmother's family recipes passed down to me. I'm 8 years old and I'm going to use this to. Yes, she was doing her thing. Congratulations, buddy. Like, I had the wrong grandma. I had the wrong grandma. Yeah, she's doing very well with just lemonade and bees. And that's one of the secrets they let out is that the bees have something to do with the cultivation of how they do the lemonade. But they don't tell nobody how they do it. There's a process, I guess, with the honey or something, because it's very sweet. So trademark protection for agricultural brands. Now we get into the details of what you guys need to focus on when you want to become breeders or you want to be cultivators. So in agriculture protection, intellectual property, IP, is crucial for presenting innovation, proprietary technologies, and genetic resources that contribute to the advancement of the industry. Now, I said proprietary technologies. That would include inventions. Yes, it as proprietary. Let me see. No, let's go with Sony and Apple. They're proprietary devices. You can't plug an Android power cable into an Apple. It's proprietary. You have to get an Apple plug for an Apple device. You can only use Apple this to be on an Apple that. Like, so, yeah, they're losing money. So, yeah, Sony is the same way. Like if something is Sony, it's not going to work with no other piece of equipment. Not well, anyway, because they want to monopolize their product. They should, it's their hardware. But that's proprietary, meaning that it only works within a limitation of the creation of the actual invention. And so, which have been protection measures that are crucial or critical in the field of agriculture. Patents for plant varieties. No names in New York Diesel. And I'm not one who. That's not my lane. So. Yes, and all of them smell bad to me. So I don't do it. Yeah, and those are different types of varieties. Plants based on us, so how that works. Now you also have to deal with the plant breeding rights. If you are breeding a plant, you have rights. Part of those rights are how you create the different varieties in those actual plants for your hemp grow or any grow or specialty crop. I use specialty crop instead of saying hemp. In regards to your specialty crop, licensing agreements for agricultural technologies. We're going to talk about that because Ghana has one. It just hasn't given it to nobody yet. We also have copyright for agricultural software and databases. The technology piece in regards to how you gather the data, how's the data disseminated. This is my lane that I operate in. And then we have trade secrets for formulations and processes. Again, I am just taking the information we talked about before, and now I'm giving you the agricultural part to what all that means from an agricultural industry. So, trademark protection for agricultural brands. So, trademarks plays a vital role in protecting agricultural brands, logos, packaging, and product names. I'm going to show you a video as to why I say product names. Sorry, that's my place. And so trademark registration helps differentiate agricultural products in the market, establish brand identity, and prevent unauthorized use of brand assets. Now, I want you guys to watch this video. Many of you may understand it, some of you might not, and now I'll go into details about the video. I don't have any audio. Okay.
Put the mic up to the
Your PC. Yeah. What's your motivation? Okay. So this is a movie called Coming to America. Like I said, some of you may have noticed, some of you may not know it. This is Mr. McDowell, and he has a restaurant that pretty much resembles McDonald's. So I don't know if any of you know about McDonald's. I know they got Burger King here, but I haven't seen McDonald's in Ghana, which is surprising me. But if you look at McDonald's, it's the same setup. It's almost the same setup. They have the same color scheme. They even have, so he talked about what he said was, they have the golden arches. I have the golden arch. They have, and he talks about their setup. They have a set, we both have an all beef pan. They use a sesame seed bun, I use a regular bun, and da. Now, from an IP perspective, you'd be like, this dude is really stealing their intellectual property. So before you saw the clip when he turns around, he was actually fussing out a photographer who was taking all the pictures so they can take it back to McDonald's headquarters so they can take him to court for violating the IP and stealing their intellectual property, because he is causing confusion. Somebody might think that's an actual McDonald's and just drive up in there and order something to eat, thinking that it's McDonald's when it's actually McDowell's. So I figured this was the best video to hear. The best video. Yeah, and this is why he would win. Because oh no. Yes, exactly. And when he says these things, yes. And so when he said those things, that's what he uses to fight himself in court. I didn't say he was the golden arches. I said they're the golden arcs. It's not the same thing. It's a whole different word. Exactly. Their M's goes a little more outside than mine does. So it's funny. So this will only be about, like I said, and so that's why I said with Fidelity Bank, they have a problem, because I literally thought that was the same Fidelity Bank in the States. There was no dissemination between other than saying gum. That's it. Like, they're using the same color, same font. That is Fidelity Bank to me. All of it. All of it. And so the reason why he would not get in trouble is now if McDowell's established McDowell's is intentionally designed to confuse customers into thinking it is affiliated with or endorsed by McDonald's, it could potentially violate McDonald's trademarks and trade dress. That's another thing they don't talk about enough. Trade dress, all that means is that, are you trying to look like me? Are you trying to package yourself up to be like me? Yeah. And so specifically, this could be a case trademark infringement where McDowell's is using his name, logo, design that's confusing similar McDonald's trademarks. But additionally, if McDowell's uses packages, color schemes, or other visual elements that are similar to those used by McDonald's, it could be confused trade dress infringement. So in summary, the potential IPR violations in this scenario would be trademark infringement and trade dress infringement. And so that's one of the things that we'd have to look at. And what they would look at would be your logo design, your color scheme, possibly your mission statement, what's your slogan? McDonald's is we feed millions. He can say, I feed a few hundred. You know, and you shake your head, but it can get confusing. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why you have to take a lot of effort, like you were saying, take a lot of effort in trying to figure out how to trademark yourself and protect yourself from people trying to duplicate you. Now it's very hard for Apple to do it because no one's going to do that Apple with the bite in it. You know that's Apple. But someone did do something similar. They did a pear with a bite in it.
I saw that.
It was in a movie. Yeah, it was in a movie. Yeah, it was in a movie. But this is a very funny video. So, almost done. Plant breeding, plant rights. So, safeguard the investment and efforts to put developing new plant varieties. So, plant breeding rights (PBRs) provide legal protection for new plant varieties and ensure that the plant breeders receive exclusive rights to commercialize and reproduce their creation. However, regarding the clip I showed, there are other forms of intellectual property rights that can be used to protect violations of uh, agriculture and plant breeding. Some of the key mechanisms for protecting intellectual property in agriculture are plant, um, plant patents. You want to talk about that one? And that is to obtain for new distinct varieties of your plant that are asexually reproduce. Could be one, like mine doesn't need a female plant, it does it itself, it does its own. The way the genetics work now, the plant, because the original plant grew with the male and female all in the same area. So now they figure out how to breed them separately, where this one just does male, this one does female. Because if they breed together, you're automatically going to get camps, right? So
He said so.
yeah, so there's other utilities that are also utility patents. So utility patents can be obtained from novel or non-obvious inventions related to the plants, such as new genetic engineering techniques or methods of improving plant traits. These patents can protect the innovation methods of the technology used in plant breeding. We talk about the plant patents, and then we also talk about patents for the plant variety. So this also includes seeds, by the way. And so for novel plants, varieties, genetically modified crops, and agricultural innovations is essential for protecting intellectual property in agriculture. Plant variety protection, or PVP, allows breeders to obtain plant variety protection rights for the new and distinct plant varieties that they have developed. This can provide exclusive rights to commercialize, exploit the new variety for a period of time. So if someone comes up with that new New York diesel, then they're running, we call it New Jersey diesel, whatever. They have exclusive right to do that specific breed for say 5, 10 years or whatever before you have to open it up for everybody else to use it. Just so you don't have a monopoly. And so trade secrets and formula processes, we talked about that. And that's pretty much companies and farmers often rely on these trade secrets to protect proprietary formulas that they have, and production processes. And again, the confidential information related to the crop treatment, pest control methods, as well as fertilizers Intellectual property. It works. Name one of the 4 types of IP. Crucial to register your IP.
Yes.
All right, you guys are paying attention. So NDA confidentiality agreements to help protect your business covers which covers which intellectual property right? NDAs and confidentiality agreements to help protect your business is associated with which IPR?
Oh,
Yeah, trade secrets. And training yourself and your employees on protecting your IP is crucial, yes or no? Okay. Do IP audits stay relevant on IP law? Yes, do them. And focus on collaborating, not competing. That's the last one. Yeah, no, that's not a yes or no, I'm just saying. That's a statement. That's the thing. Focus on collaborating, not competing. You only compete with your enemy. I don't compete with my friends. Yeah. No, all my competition are my enemies. So I don't compete. I don't have any. Well, that's associated with your circle. If I only deal with us, then I have no enemies. So therefore there's no competing. There's only collaboration. Okay, get your cameras out or your phones out. This was that contact list I was going to say that may change today. Because I don't know if these people are still going to be, because some people went on strike, some people have moved, and administration coming in, but these are the current phone numbers. So that building should still be there. So there's the GPS location that you're looking for. Hopefully, you didn't put another office in there. You do that there. It took a minute to find it, but once I found them, we were there. And so again, Scrapple Systems, let's connect and protect the mind first. Thank you all. A lot of work into that.
thank you very much. And we can give Craftwell Systems another round of applause for their presentation on IP. So I will ask if there are any questions, but I think you went through that. Right, I think you went through that also. So, okay.
That's your water right there.
For being, thank you. Now you protecting your business.
I'll keep my next.
So I think I've got 2 questions. I think I've got 2 questions. And then it's important to know, even though I'm not really in that within cannabis. So the first question connects to what my uncle will be doing, which is the oils. And many more. So when we are talking about the data protection or the IP of the oil, yes. And the recipe and all of that. Yes. The manufacturing process. Okay, so then the process comes into it as well. Okay, good. That we part of it. So we watched the content on Friday. No, Thursday, sorry, Thursday, which featured some guys who kind of had the cannabis ingredients and everything, all copywritten type is IP, that shit. But my question is, how do you stop somebody who literally by accident stumbled into the same recipe as yours? But if the working process is the same thing, is different, then there's no way you'll have the same working process. I think your colleagues probably answered that thing. Because I feel like it'd be easy for 2 people to get the same recipe by accident, the same amount of, say, potency or whatever. Well, yeah, I don't know how they were protecting to say that. Just my recipe, and they had funny names for it too. They didn't have the chemical compound. They were calling it funky pink and stuff. So that, how do you stop someone else? By accident, probably having their own the makeup just like yours. Is a different name. Okay, what have to happen is a lot of research have to go into it. So if you 2 got 2 separate products, they've been here to talk about cannabis. If you got 2 separate brands of tomatoes, Ghana's got like 18 different types of pineapple. I'm exaggerating, but every location I go to, oh, this is the local one. The local one Okay, that was this one. So it's like 4 or 5 different brands of pineapples here, and they're all at certain locations, right? And so you have to look into that part. What are you using to grow it, right? And so they can say, well, even though we came up with the same process at the end, we still use different methods to get there. I have no, if you can't provide any evidence that I knew about your process, you can't fault me for that. That's what I'm asking. So it's like a Pepsi Coke. It's like a Pepsi Coke type thing. They look the same. Pepsi Coke looked the exact same, except one put cocaine in there once and the other one didn't back in the day, certain countries. But you have to look at the manufacturing process. Was how does Pepsi manufacture their product? Even though they come with the same color and you can't tell the difference in the glass, the first thing gonna pop to your head is either Pepsi or Coke. It's gonna be the first 2 things you think of. So what does Pepsi have to do? Change its branding a little bit, make sure that if they're gonna use red, also use purple, because Coke's main color scheme is red. Right, so let's put a circle looking thing up there, because Coke doesn't do that. Coke just has Coke across it, right? And so those how you would differentiate between this person and this person. Because if you drink the glass, it tastes the damn same. Black syrup. Yeah, they taste. I don't drink them no more. I drink them when I was a kid. You still got the fizz in it or whatever, but you couldn't tell me it was Pepsi if you never drank it before. Yeah. You probably think it's a bad Coke. So yeah, any other question? Thank you.
My second and last question.
Yes.
Relates to the social media piece.
Okay.
Once again, I'm not an influencer myself, but I've got friends who are, and that conversation comes up a lot about the influencer thing. And so, how can an influencer who's putting content out there, whether it's dancing, whether it's some form of video, how can they put their work out there and catch the spontaneity of the internet and all that kind of thing, while still protecting to protect themselves while doing it, and still get the kind of, I guess we call it fame of being an influencer, while protecting data all the way to the post. I don't know if it's possible.
Yes, I mean, yes.
So yeah, I will give you a professional. There's a professional answer I'm gonna give you, but I'm gonna give you the direct answer. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Pick one. You're either gonna put content to get followers and make a couple $1 million, or you're gonna prioritize your information and figure out how to make that a business. You got choreographers that make millions of dollars in the music industry. Someone's got to teach somebody how to dance. So if you know how to structure yourself to where you're not putting all your business out there, just put enough that people see you got talent, and then you direct them to your website, or you direct them to your choreography business, so that you can then give them the real information or the real talent that you have. You understand? Use social media the way they use social media. It's for marketing. That's it. It's no longer being social. It's just marketing. So if I tell artists all the time who want to put their paintings up on display, and they're like, well, how do I stop somebody from screenshotting my artwork and then keeping it? I said, well, put out what you don't care about and the stuff that you really want to do. How many artists do you know? Oh, I know about 20 of them. Out of those artists, how many of them know web designers? Oh, Thor Rocket did a web designer and got it. Okay, man. Come together, pay the web designer, put all you guys' content on that website, and then you're doing members only to all my art. Put the low quality stuff that I can get it out there. Put it on social media so you get the following. Direct them to your website under memberships. I also do consulting, and put it under the website, and then that way it doesn't matter if they screenshot it or not. They already paid to see it, so they're gonna get it anyway, right? But make a subscription or membership if you really got some dope art. Have them go that way, and if anybody got a problem with this, and when this stay on social media, look at the small stuff that I do. With the big stuff that I do, we do an online museum. That way, I ain't gotta go to Carnegie Hall to set up. You just streamline, and you come and look at all our artwork right here. Again, I do consulting, 150 million an hour. I didn't charge more before I got here. I had to bring my prices all the way down. Oh my good gracious. Yes, that's okay though. Well, it's not even. It's not that. It's a matter of, when it comes to cybersecurity, it's a matter of value. So a lot of people don't understand the value that cybersecurity brings to their organization here. Because one of the values that it brings is efficiency. And a lot do not want the efficiency because of all the money that's been made through the inefficiency. And so in that chaos, that's a system. It's not a broken system. It's the function of what, that's how the system works. There's no such thing as a bad system. Bad systems don't work. This one works. It just don't work for you. So it is yeah, they work. That's how it's designed. Now, if Ghana really wants to change that design and be more streamlined, that's a mindset change. You have to start that back in the school.
The thumbs up.
But not just that's Ghana, that's anywhere. Yeah, because the United States got system we keep thinking it's broken. It ain't broke. That justice system is doing exactly what it's supposed to do per the Constitution and keep making black people slaves, which is 90% in marine jails. So trust me, I'm not just saying
Our system.
they all have systems. Well, that's another system.
So you change the system.
You change the minds. The minds, you can't change it.
Not the mind. Knowledge.
It's true. So I appreciate our participants for these last 3 days. We have very lively discussions here at the Ghana HempTech Conference. So I'm very excited, and thank you, Komla, LHU, from Crapo Systems, for that presentation. So can I get one more cheer? Okay.
Okay.
So here at the conference, Peter today is going to introduce our next panel, our panel discussion for this afternoon. I'll give it over to Peter.
Thank you very much. I also want to thank the CMT for the opportunity to introduce our speakers for the panel discussion. And our speakers are from the Center of Research, MAPOM, the Japan in Ghana. And on my far right, we have Dr. Daniel Buama. He's the Deputy Executive Director and also in charge of the Plant Development Department. That looks at the cultivation of various plant cultivation, harvesting, and the use of plant material for research and production. I'm not that actually. She is currently looking at cultivation of the approval of the THC 0.3% variety of cannabis at the Center for Plant Medicine Research. Please, let's kindly give a round of applause. And to my close right, we have Dr. Mavis Boachi Yada. She's the head of the clinical research department, which looks at prescribing plant-based medicines to patients at the Oku Ampopo Memorial Clinic. And she's also the professional medical herbalist of good standing at the center. And she's a senior research scientist undertaking a number of clinical research programs. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give an applause to her. These are going to be our panelists for the day.
No, I think we're good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. So I want to jump into not only ask questions, but give you a premise of why we're here. So over these last 3 days, we've been talking about how do we take a new emerging industry? How do we bring it here to Ghana? What do we do for implementation? What partners and stakeholders do we need? And then we had educational classes on exact execution of this particular plan. We brought you here because we want you to explain to us the process, not necessarily about cannabis itself, but what you do and how you change any plant, whether it be something that you find growing wild in the mountains in a breed, and you come across this plant and you think that it might help you with your headaches or your arthritis or whatever it is, that ailment that you have. How do you at your facility take that plant through the process of becoming a medicine? That's why we brought you here today. So I would like each of you to introduce yourselves and then explain to us what it is that you do, and then we'll have the audience ask questions.
You say that it is shit, but make people. All right, thank you very much, and we are glad to be here. We've been enjoying the discussions and presentations. We have really learned something new. So the Center for Plant Medicine Research. So I'll give a brief background on the department that's installed at this established in 1975. Before that, there was some background work that were going on by the founder, Dr. He was trained medical specialist, trained in the UK, but when he came to Ghana, he didn't practice, so he started to work with the traditional practitioners, collecting data on how they practice their traditional medicine and then translate it into the formal sector. So he had a small clinic. We used to call it a wheelchair training, but now we have moved from that to a different perspective to it. So that's how we started. And of course, all other agencies also in support of what we're doing. So he collected information from these practitioners, I don't know them, and he understood them. In fact, he himself, the father was a practitioner. So at that time, he collected a number of information from how they practice
traditional medicine, and how they even prescribe medicines, and how they get the raw materials, and so on. So the government took interest in that and then established a center. It started with a small clinic. Now that it's grown up to the clinical research department, that's where she is. Now we have about 6 basic research departments. Number 1 is the pharmacology and toxicology department. This department looks at how medicines influence us in terms of toxicity and efficacy. They look at they have 2 keywords, kinetics and dynamics, but I wouldn't go to that. Now, when we have a product, they look at whether the product is safe or is not safe, whether it's efficacious or it's not efficacious, depending on the type of medicine the medicine is indicated for. Now, we have another department called pharmaceutics. This pharmaceutical department would formulate or form the products that we use a specialized form. Of course, before they do that, they get information from various labs. For example, if they are developing antimicrobial product, herbal antimicrobial product, the microbiology department will look at screening a number of potential herbal plant parts. Maybe they will take the as a director for the new tree. They look at the leaf, they look at the stem bark, they look at the root, and then do a basic research on them, exposing various extracts of these plants to the organism that maybe is causing the malaria, for example. And when they do that, they send the data to the pharmaceutical. They also look at it and formulate the product based on the result they give to. So the microbiology department will do efficacy, that's testing the plant's extracts. They can use various solvents or various chemicals to get the extract. If they want oil, they can use another process. For example, succinate extraction, give them oil, essential oil. And this essential oil to test it in the lab to see if they put certain quantity of it to the organism to kill it or to just prevent it from multiplying or to just prevent it from getting not become more active. And then they gather data on all of that and send it information to the pharmaceutical department. But before that, they also go to pharmacology to test that material that they have extract, if it's alcohol or it's water-based extract. They will give the formula and preparation to the pharmacology to expose certain amount to animals. For example, rodents, the mice, the rabbit, or the rat, and study them for some time. So in the first 24 hours, the quantity that the effective dose to the animal. If it doesn't die, they will observe all of that. Whether if it dies, it means it's just a potential toxicity. And they will maybe will have to formulate it into a smaller dose so that the animal will not die. So they will do all of that before get the formula and translate into products. Sent to production department. I'm not sure whether you went to the production department where we do the production of the product itself. So we do the boiling, because aqueous or water-based, we do the boiling, and then they will bottle it, get the FDA approval. So any product that comes out gone through this major basic analysis. So how to get the material is traditional. Initially, because of the purpose strategy, most of the information is from traditional practice. How they use original, how they use, and then the center will add the science bit to it. Most of them, they don't have the science. I tell you that maybe take that 4 use a day. What is the science behind it? But I didn't know that it's efficacious, effective, and heal. And then we add the science and toxicity bits, add more knowledge on the science base, the chemicals we need, and so on and so forth. So we have other departments, the phytochemistry department, for example, we look at the active compound, the phytochemistry in a plant. If you take one plant, which has a number of active compounds or various chemicals. So sometimes people don't believe the traditional practitioner. But when they tell you that this material from the fruit can cure knee joint pain, can cure headache, and do that. It is true. But science has proven that these things are true. So when you take one particular plant, has a lot of 100, minimum 400 different compounds. could be alkaloids, but we have three basic components. The terpenes, the phenols, and the alkaloids, so on and so forth. Yeah. So they are there. That's how important these they are natural. In fact, you see them as secondary metabolite. That's when the plant has utilized what it wants, it has to protect itself. So it will develop these chemicals to protect itself against fungal infections, against intruders, against bacterial infections, and so on. So that's where we go in and take advantage of what. So when we've done all of that, we produce the medicine, we have the science, we send it to the Bureau department, then we go to FDA for approval. FDA will also do its own test, then tell us, okay, your product is fine, go ahead and market it. Cancer, the clinic comes in, some of patients come to give. In fact, we have over 30, so 36 different products. These are all effective clinical patient, and they come all the time to seek medical. So product coming from the plants, production. If I would collect, we have teams that go to our farms to collect the materials. We also buy from the wild, people who have it from the wild and come and sell it to us. And we also have people who cultivate them from their farms, they bring it to us. And I have wheat, most of the so wheat, then some are very expensive. Some are very, very expensive. For example, if you take crouton and benedict, the one we use for manufacturing Euro 500, if it's expensive with soil. This is for managing benign management cost. That was very expensive. 1 kilo is about 160 Ghana. 160 Ghana. 160 Ghana. So there's high demand for it. And very creative people want to put. So we have various.
Advocacy now will cause other problems later.
Based on them. So we give the specifics, chemical classifications, and so there's a standard that we use. We can put into about 5,000 that they will not affect them. But if beyond that, or before within this range from maybe 1 milligram, kilogram body weight up to say 5,000. Like shaking, the body will not shaking, they lose concentration, it will become more aggressive, something they can. So we do all specific research in order to make sure that the dose that we are going to prescribe now with that autonomous. She will talk more about that. So we have we look at that. If I bring you and I want to physically, can you give me that breakdown? Yes, please. So that is done. So when you have the material, you bring it. Maybe let's say it's the flower, what is in it, and what biologically it can do in terms of efficacy. And called traffic department will take your products and collect all the relevant particular information from you. The name, you can manufacture and then pay it on 645 registration fee of
Are you talking about a product or a plant? When you're talking about plants now, material and not a product. You see? That's so
with that, there are two ways. Once you bring that raw materials, you have to get the basics of it. How is it being used? Is it used or is it not used at all? Is it the new material you are bringing to the system? So we have to do this basic search information on almost all the Ghanaian medicinal products. So we'll go into our archives, figure out what it can be used for. That's where you don't have any idea about it at all. Then we can tell you that it can be used for this, can be used for that. You can prepare it into this formulation, then add. And
It's going to bring you a bed. Add a bed.
Yes, we can do that. We call that data. We have a database. If it identification, we can identify it for you scientifically. So that one is a different aspect. And then it comes with its own basic fees. So yeah. So before
Please. You pay your fee before.
it depends on where you're bringing. We cannot give you fees here because there are things that are stated. So when you come around here, we can give you those things. But then the start of the center was products because Dr. Okonkwo tried to bring together herbalists, and he brought them. What they brought were their products. They were already formulated products. So that's how he started it. So it's when they brought the products and he used those products to treat disease conditions because he was a medical officer already. So he could easily diagnose. And then whatever the herbalist told him the products were used for, that's what he used them for. And then took data whether these products were working or they were not working. But then at that time, government was not paying them. Sorry. So what he used to do was he was an artist. So when he sold his products, then he would use the money that he got from his artist things to pay the herbalist. So that's how he started it until at a point that government saw what he was doing and decided to help out. And then they instituted the Center for Plant Medicine Research. At the time, it was Center for Scientific Research into Plant Medicine. Until recently, it was changed to what we are now. So what happens at the center basically is when you have a product, that's right, when you ask for the plant, he was telling you about, yes. But then that doesn't mean we can also look at your plant. In fact, the department that he takes care of also can identify the plants that you bring. So just as he said, you are bringing in a plant. You don't even know what plant it is. You want to identify the plant. What exactly? No. Maybe you found a plant somewhere and then somebody saying this plant is medicinal. That's where he told you. Fine. So the spirit tells you had a dream that a certain plant could be good. That a certain plant could be good for something that you a disease condition. And so you bring that plant, you don't even know the plant at all. So the first thing we do is you take it to the plant development department. So they would know what plant it is. They can identify it for you and tell you that this plant is called whatever. And then when we identify, then the next thing we can do is, after the identification, what kind of product constituents that these plants have. Yeah. Then we can look at, and this goes to the phytochemistry department. So the phytochemistry department will tell you the kind of constituents that the plant has. That is your new plant that you have brought. Exactly. So when they bring up the kind of constituents that the plant has, then the pharmacology will come in. That is when now we have these constituents. What do these constituents do? And because we've been working for a while, we know that certain constituents have certain activities. So then we can look at these activities, whether it is good or not, and those things. But then we can go back to wherever you pick the plant from that people are using, and then we could ask, how do they even use it? Are they using it as teas? Are they using it as an ointment? How are they using it? So we pick it up from there. So if they use it as, let's say, a tea, it means that it is through water extraction, okay? So the pharmacology will do that same water extraction and then try it in animals. Then when they try it in animals, what we are looking out for is we are giving a certain dosage. What dosage is too high, that would cause death, or is too high, that will cause some bad effects. So we can by then determine the right dosage that could be good for you. And then after that, then that is where the pharmaceutical department will come in and they will decide if the people are using it as a tea, is it really the right formulation to use? Or do we really have to maybe do rather an ethanolic extraction, maybe an alcoholic extraction rather, that could be better? So it depends on what exactly. So that's when we now look at what the best dosage form that we need to put it. Should it be just a liquid, or should we rather put it in maybe a capsule, or should we put it in a tablet form? Which one would be better? Exactly. So that's when the Celtics people will look at, and then so after this dosage form has been made, then microB will come in, microbiology, and then they will determine this formulation we've had. Does it have any bad contaminants in it or something? Then that is where if it passes through all those things, then we say that, okay, let's try it in humans as well. So if it passes, and so we call it preclinical. So all these things we are doing are preclinical things that we do. Then it comes into the clinic, and then we can try, because by then we have even determined which dose is safe for somebody to take. So then the clinic will also look at whether whatever you're taking, it actually does what we say it does. Exactly. So we have to know, you are saying that maybe it's good for headache. And then I give it to somebody, yes, or for the bones. I give it to somebody. Is the person actually recovering from the pain, the bone pain that the person is complaining of? So all these things come into play, yes. And then when we have done all these things, even in humans, we are also looking at, is there any toxicity? As in, when the person is taking it and the pain is going off, is the person having any side effects? We need to check the person's liver and the kidneys after a while that the person has been on the medications. Is this really safe in humans as well? So we do all these things before we say that we actually have the products. But because Okonkwo Fo's time, they had already come up with their products. He just picked it up from the clinic aspect. So taking those data to make sure that whatever they are saying is true and it's doing the work that it does, and it doesn't give any bad effects afterwards. So basically, this is the setup for you.
I have a question. It kind of aligns with what they're saying, but mine's more dealing with health. Like I mentioned when I was speaking, I was talking about how Ghana got 6, 7 different types of pineapples, varieties. So does the center cover these labels that say this particular one has this much vitamin B, this much vitamin C, this much vitamin A? Because no one can give me an answer as to who's getting this data and how they're getting the data. Because you'll see some of the labels that tell you B12, B this, B that, but that's not from Ghana, that's from there, or whatever number they gave up. How does the plant research do that type of data to say this specific pineapple from Kumasi has more vitamin B, B12 than this one from Accra?
0.30.
Because that can be associated with creating products, if you understand what I'm saying. Like if this particular apple juice is not giving me what or pineapple juice is not giving me what I'm looking for.
So the center actually deals with just medicines. We don't deal with food. So if it's about food, then it's not us. It doesn't come to us at all. Like,
Food
we
is
are,
medicine. But I'm not saying food is medicine though.
yeah, but we are into plant medicine. So if it,
But there's not people on the market with malaria treatments, medicines, but some of them are not good. Like you said,
Just a little bit to add to what yeah, you're talking about. Now, this is in the area of geographical location. So geographical location, what is geographical area? The things. Now, in plant medicine, similar. So, soil, the climate, the phytochemistry of the plant. This about. So the pineapple from the central part is more sweeter than the pineapple from the Asante area. So these are geographical locations bringing about big differences in terms of the climate, the weather condition, the soil, what is in the soil. This also influence the food that is made. But it's another area that handles food. We don't necessarily handle food. So if you have a plant growing in the north, which can also be found in the south, you will have the parent phytochemicals, but some of them will be different. And then also the level of expressions may be different. So, and also the season, the time that you are harvesting. Harvesting the dry season, the phytochemical concentrations will be different from when you are harvesting during the dry season. So this also exists in the plant medicine industry. Traditionally, a typical practitioner may tell you that collect this plant at dawn. And then when you go collect only the top, there's science behind. But at that time, the chemistry is very active. The metabolisms and lots have been expressed more at that. So you have to go at dawn when the sun is not and the weather is calm. So you can have a lot of they make it more efficacious. So the question we're asking, we have some documentation have gone on regarding the levels of phytochemical expression in these plants. Scattered all around the Proton and militias, or the one they locally call the Tema, used for treatment of malaria. It's more common in eastern parts of the country. So especially the cold area, so we are rather cultivating. So the question is, and if it cultivates, is it the stem or is it the stem that is sexual or is the sexual characteristics there? As some aspects may be improved or enhanced, and also not be there at all. So similar principle also exists with the plant as well. But what we have to do every seed should always come from that. Then we have another aspect of quality, sexual quality control. That we need to look.
Okay, my name is Connie, and I'm really grateful that you guys came to speak to us. I'm really grateful that you guys came to speak to us today. So, first of all, it's a piggyback off of what they were talking about. Because you guys said that one thing is different than the other, I was actually thinking about this particular thing, right? I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's medicine. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know what it is, right? And so we have land, and I'm always like asking Ghanaians, what is this? What can I do with it? Not just that, but anything. And like, I don't know. It's a plant. It's an herb, or they don't necessarily always know, right? So I would love to know, like, what this is. It grows on trees. It's not a watermelon. It's like a baby watermelon.
It grows on trees. Like, so I would assume it's a fruit. Right. However, no, I didn't open it. I would assume that. But my first thought was, I think I should bring that to you guys. But now I'm like, well, maybe not. Fruit to you. But if that's what it's that's where I'm trying.
Or you could bring it to food research. So at this stage, we don't know. It is a fruit anyway. I see it around. It's common. Yeah, but yes, very common. Yes, because maybe traditionally they don't use it in any medicine. Maybe only a few of them are using. So when we bring such a thing to us, we will first of all ask a few questions. Where did we collect it from and what time and so on and so forth. And then we'll go and do identification for you. And identify it for you. So when we do the identification for you, then we need the other medicinal uses to it. Then we go through the database, look at it. And sometimes when we give it to some of these practitioners, they can tell you exactly what it is and what it does and so on. And some of them, they can even tell you that if you don't boil it well, to be toxic. And something they can tell you that don't also boil it too much. So it will not be issues. Right. So we add the science bits to all of that.
Before you get to the next question, could you talk a little bit about, you keep mentioning a database. Where would you get the database from? And when I went, they took me to the herbarium, I think it's what it's, Hibarium, which said if she brought this to you, you would take it to the Hibarium and say, this is a new discovery. We're going to call it the Akani, whatever, and we're going to hold it here and then research it and these things. So my question to you is this the way you build your database? Or how do we build your database? Because we have a new plant coming into Ghana, and it has thousands of different strains and genetics. So will you be using people like us that are cultivating different strains of cannabis to then build a new database on this particular plant?
Thank you. The herbarium business is one aspect of our database, but of course, the herbarium stores physical materials. And if you have a chance to look at them, the time, the name of the method, the year it was collected, and these are preserved. And then we give them a code, we call a voucher specimen number. So each of them has a specimen number. And this specimen number is in the database. So we have a special database that we have created by ourselves. And this has collated all the information on the plant in the field. And actually, that we've also registered with international, there's another botany organization that we have registered with. So we have access to their database. And then we can collate information also from there. Simply, we don't have any idea about it at all. We'll go to what we have and then try to compare and then find out what exactly is. Because it's like cucumber family support. So we go to that family and search if we can have it. If we don't have it at all, we'll go to the internet counterpart system and we look for it. And sometimes if it's very difficult, we don't get it, we can send it outside. And they can also help out to identify it. But we have a lot of information on identifying the same plants and other plants in the country.
So,
is it applicable for the times? Oh, it's electronic database. You have to come to your place for it. Register, yes, and then you can have access to it. So in this case, you can come to, we have registered. So we have access to the database. And then the herbarium is a physical system. When you see the plant material physically. So we can go there and compare with what we have in HempTech to identify it. When you, as soon as we're able to identify, you can get all the medicinal property information.
So this is still a part of that same question. Earlier, you were able to put an amount on product testing and not able to put an amount on testing anything. And I understand that. But I guess my question is, could you give a rough estimate to how much. So like if I bought this thing, you and you do know it, right? So you don't have to go too far. You know what it is, and you know what it does. And I'm like, okay, cool, because I want to use it to make birthdays easier. Okay, and you're like, oh yeah, it can work for that. And I want to go through the whole process of creating this product and bringing it back to you for testing and the whole thing. What is the roundabout within $1,000 cost?
Okay, so our charges are reviewed. And also, as you mentioned, it depends on the material. So it can cost you roughly between 100 and 1,500 dollars.
Not like a million.
Oh, no.
Like, okay, this is gonna cost you about $67,000. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I couldn't really give you a cost because it depends on what exactly you're looking for. What you want? You just want to identify the plants? Is that all? Or after you've identified exactly, what else do you want to do? Do you want us to get through all the processes we do, the pharmacology, all? So it depends at every point in time, depending on what you're doing, that will determine the cost that we would give you. That's why I didn't want to give you a type of
example of something that
so basically, like I told you, what we do, it's like, most often. So what we do is you have a product. You're saying that this product is good for a certain disease condition. So when you bring these things, that one we have is to test, and that one what we usually do is just for you to know whether it's safe. So if you are doing just safety, that's what he mentioned as earlier, and he said 600 and something, yes. But then if you are doing exactly, but if you're doing efficacy studies, it depends on what exactly you want the product to treat. So that one you are going to check whether what you are saying, maybe you're saying it's for hypertension, it can work. And that also comes with its own cost. It depends on the disease condition. So that we cannot say.
The next question I have is clinic.
So the clinic is at Mampong Center for Plant Medicine Research. It's inside the yeah. So if you don't know the place, the eastern region of Ghana.
Okay.
Yes, the eastern region of Ghana. Mampong Ekwapim. So Mampong Ekwapim, eastern region of Ghana. So the Okwampa Memorial Clinic is in the Center for Plant Medicine Research. Okay. You're always welcome.
Yeah, so a little bit, you mentioned intellectual property. Yeah, so if I may comment on that, what you mentioned, what we've been discussing, when we have a discovery, those who spearheaded, yes, so let me mention, we have our intellectual property policy. We have the ratios of benefits for the better, the person who discovered it, and then the people that you work with, and then what goes to the department, also what goes to the center. So those are internal. So for the IP rights, when you work with us and you discover something, it's not for you, it's for the institution. Yes, but we can compensate you, get some benefit. So when you work with us as a scientist and you discover something, it's not 100% only yours. It's for the institution. However, the institution gives you some compensation and benefit from it. So we have a document on that. Now, with the general practice in Ghana, the IP rights is for the practitioner. Most of them is for them. And they don't want to reveal the others about it. Yes, it's trade secret. So it becomes a big issue. With this, we've lost thousands of information regarding the use of various. Let me give one instance. Last 3 years, a colleague of mine mentioned to me there's a herbalist in Kumasi, and he used all kinds of things. He was about 99 years. So, But he passed out recently at the age of 102 years. And he has a lot of information on uses of medicine, herbs, for delivery, for pregnancy, for sexual performance, for all different. The funny thing is that the children didn't want to learn from. So what the guy told me, okay, we'll find time to go and visit him and see how much we can teach us. But children, funny enough, were not ready. And he was also not ready to give it a third person. So he passed on with all that rich information. Yes. So sometimes when we meet them as worship practitioners, sometimes they should register what they have. What they have. And then to be children and find somebody to teach them. The practice that you've been taking, teach them, let them know it from us. And I don't
Not gonna be in my class.
You're in your class. No, we say only for 14 years.
Yes, if I addition to that, we implemented a principle called outgrower. So the outgrower scheme. Yes, for the herbalists. Yes, outgrower. So the principle was that you come to us, we give you the seedling of the medicinal plants. You cultivate it on your land, and we give you the principle of how to cultivate, and then you, when it's ready, you bring it to us. We'll buy it.
It seems like there's a lot of jobs to be created for the young people that are running around. So is it that you are not marketing this so that people know, or do we, the expats that are queen mothers and development queens that are asked to provide jobs, we just bring you all like this?
There's a principle we started also implementing called youth in medicinal plant cultivation. Youth in medicinal plant cultivation. So we had a discussion with the Kriapem North Municipal Assembly. And the discussion was that they had a big so area they have a lot of youth who are not getting any form of employment. So that idea was to help them to cultivate medicinal plant. There are different types of medicinal plant they can cultivate. Some even 6 months they are ready, some 9 months they are ready. Of course, some even a year beyond they are ready. By the time we had the youth were not interested. So we said the lands are there, they are not interested. So what do? It means that we have to go out further to the commercial people who are interested in that. Yeah. So at that time, we started with one plant called Croton Membranaceous. So we gave them, and that I think about 6 years ago, was scarce. So they came to us, gave them a lot of seedlings. They went and cultivated, and they deployed the seedlings to us, and we bought them. But we give them certain principles. They cannot use chemicals. It's a bit tedious. They use the natural, no pollution. Yes. Yeah, so when you come, they do it. But now that particular plant has become more common, so that scheme has gone down. But we are ready, as you mentioned, we raise a number of seedlings. We can give some to them. So far as survive and naturally survive and do well.
I'm a lot of land somewhere. I need to see
the project. You targeting Ghana market or international market?
Yeah, so we target.
And when you target Ghana market, maybe you get a few people to patronize because the money will be small. But when you target international market, like I bring you cannabis, I say this one, my grade is wanted all over the world.
We get a lot of clients or patients from Ghana and the neighboring countries. Every Coast, they do come with the white. But we also target the international market. For instance, last year, we shipped one of our products to Barbados. That's Euro 500 for managing prostate and Yes, so they have requested for another consignment, we ship to them. So people come individually, they start with, yes, that's another challenge we are having now because the demand is so huge and is the issue. And another challenge is the source of raw materials, the plant material themselves. Some are even going to extinct. For example, the kaya mahogany tree. Yes, it takes long time to mature, maybe 10 to 50 years before it can harvest. And it's back that we use it as medicine, pollen, malaria, and so on and so forth. Now, for some time now, it's going down when the supply is going. So we don't get to even manufacture some of them. It's started to come to a halt. We cannot get into this plant material. We are not getting it. And sometimes they even also import from other countries, Burkina Faso or Cote d'Ivoire, before we can manufacture. So another principle that we are looking at is to have a cultivate. Because it takes a long time to mature, it's a bit less attractive. But we have planted some that we hope that will get near future. So the government has introduced called the Green Ghana Project. The Green Ghana Project is rated by the Forest Commission. Every year they give us treatment free of charge, including organic plants, which is medicine. And we work with them at the Equatorial North District Office. We work with them. So this year they also give us some of the seedling to plant. So that's also one of the schemes that government is ensuring that these medicinal plants are conserved, which is very, very so this is a question I was going to ask one of the people from this thing, but actually there was some problems with the internet, so we couldn't get into that thing. You had mentioned that soil, industrial cannabis, that's the cannabis without any THC, or I say minimum 0.01, 0.02, it can actually increase because of the soil. So I want to ask you, how do you make sure, how do you say, if you know, that the soil that you're cultivating the cannabis doesn't go to the illegal amount that is made into that. Oh yeah, that's very important, and it cuts across other medicinal plants as well. Yes. So one important thing, you have to do soil analysis, soil profiling. We know the pH for cannabis, for example, is 7 between 6 and 8 and 0 pH units. So you have between 6 and 8 pH units. So you have to do soil analysis. Soil research institute can do it for you. Ghana Standard Authority can do it for you. So they will take the soil, a bit of it, depending on where you are. They take various samples, take it to the lab, do all this analysis for you. They can also give you information on the chemistry, which got the chemicals of the soil. Yeah, that they have in terms of the chemistry, the phosphorus, the sodium, the others, and also even add information whether they have heavy metals. And then they can also help you to determine the nutritional content of the soil. Yes, which is also important for you to get that. And then you can link it to the survival of the plants. If you plant that's for example, the cannabis in this soil, will it survive? Will it do well? Will you be able to express those cannabinoids? Yes. It's not cannabinoids, that's the thing. It's not cannabinoids. The THC. So, so the soil analysis or the soil profiles, which we do all the time, also help us to maximum use of this. For example, some of the soil, you cannot go and plant some kind of plant material. It may not even survive, or the active compound may not be done. To not be able to explain. Maybe take a long time to mature. We have some plants that we use. We call it capparis, which is capparis. And this is very good. The roots, the back of the roots of the capparis plant is very important for managing joint pains, arthritis, and others. And it's very efficient. Capparis. What's the name of the product? Capparis.
So actually, that's okay. She says she's going to come to the clinic. So we have syrup for you. Don't worry yourself. Just come. Just come. I'll give you everything you need. Okay. Where'd you live? No, me now. Oh, no, hotels around. You can even come from Accra. It's fine. You can easily come there.
So this particular plant is the root that we use. Means that you have to uproot the whole plant, strip off the root part before you can get your medicine. And it takes a long year. Yes. They are used for other purposes, but the major one is the root part. So you can imagine such plant. Means you have to remove the whole plant, cut it off.
So that was the root part.
So yes, traditionally, as she mentioned, yes, I've been using it, yes, and also the literature tells us. And then sometimes you can go in with eyes closed. Just pick the plants, come and test it. Do your basic research on it, and then find out what you can get from it.
I have a question in relation to what's going on now. There are people that are growing cannabis in Ghana right now. So if I do not know the difference between a cannabis plant and a dandelion, and I bring it to you, and you say, "Oh, this is cannabis, it's illegal," but you have my name, where I kind of, I don't know that it's an illegal plant. What happens?
The jail. There's some principle I would say. Look, yeah.
In fact, the scenario you mentioned, we encounter it a lot. We encounter it. As I speak, we have such trajectory. But the point is that at that moment, we see it as plant medicine research. No, so we will look at it based on plant medicine research. So you want us to do this, we do that. We tell you this is that. The rest is up to you. We have information that you possess this material. Yes. So, no, because it's protected material. It's a protected about the paperwork. Yeah, so
yes.
So when you brought it in, probably you don't know the service and so and so. Nothing. So we do it at that. But that's a different. That's a different one. Yeah, that's a different aspect. We take it as plant medicine. We do that to do it for you, and we charge you. Then we can give you a report. Where you take it to, that will be your part of your. Bigger issues, some requests from police, and so we handle all of that. So maybe you brought in this sample, maybe you get information that what we are bringing in is legally will not even come. Yeah, and they will not come. The people that who do not know they want that something.
So we watched a video on the first day about a man explaining how he was in the wild in the mountains and he just found plants and then he would one particular plant that's coming into the industry now. So this is why we're here. It sounds like the process is there was already usage for certain products and people are bringing those products to you to find out if it's safe, if it's toxic, all these different things. So are you saying that if there's somebody somewhere that's already using a plant-based product for medicinal purposes, if they bring it to you to test it and take it through the entire process, then that's possible for us to do. But we can also just bring you the finished product in order for us to, let's just say we're getting ready to put it on the market. And now we need to test to get FDA approval. You mentioned something about the FDA approval part. So can you talk about the process of I brought my finished product to you? Are you expecting us to have already gone through our own clinical trials and our own finding out of what it's used for, or is it me in the kitchen, just trying to figure out things? Which do?
So when it comes to products registration, there are different routes. One route is from FDA. A client doesn't have any idea who sent the product to FDA for registration. Then FDA recommended you should bring it to my center for us to do the test. So that's one bit. Another bit is you sit in your kitchen, you do preparations, and so you think you have a medicine you want to register, you can bring directly to us. We'll take it through our process. And this product go to 3 basic tests. One is the phytochemistry. We look at the products in terms of phytochemical compound, and also look at whether it's plant origin or not. And then the other aspect is to test the microbial quality. Now, we have germs all around us in the soil, the air, the water we use, and so we send it to microbiology department to know. The microbiology department will expose the sample through their procedures and then ensure that it's not contaminated with germs. Just like bread. A piece of bread or loaf of bread, you keep it. The next 3 days is moldy. These are from the environment, they are molds growing on them. And the same thing also happens with the plant medicine. So they also enter the product. The product cannot keep long to contaminate, it can spoil. And all we have to do it. So we test these germs whether they are there in the product or not in the microbiology department. And then from there, the same product is sent to the pharmacology and toxicology department, where they want to find out whether the product is toxic or it's not toxic, that is safe or it's not safe. So they also give it to, they have various tests, the acute toxicity, chronic toxicity, and yes. And expiry date, FDA will give it expiry date. But before that, you need some data from us, which we call stability test. So we have a machine, we'll keep your sample in it and be testing it as time goes on until we get for maybe a year or more. And then along the line, we analyzing the product, whether it's still stable, going bad, cannot survive at all. Write the report for them, they will tell you that, oh, because of the data can give you 1 year expiry date or 2 years expiry date or 3 years expiry date. Of course, all these come with a charge. So when we done all of that, we collate all the 3 reports, these 3 departments, write our comment on it, you come with a report, send it to them. If, for instance, for one reason or the other, you have failed one of them, most of them, they feel that microbial contamination. You can't take it to, you won't get it. You have to go back and prepare it again and come again for registration. So those are, but we hardly, and also add that we hardly see plant majority. We hardly come across those ones. If it's toxic, then maybe we have to look at the dose and break it down to make it. Yes. So these are the basic, and we have a lot of herbalists bringing their product to us to analyze.
If I get on a trail truck and the man gets on there and he's talking about, oh, this is magical, and they go on and on and on, and people just start buying it. And inside, my husband loves that stuff. He got so many creams and ointments that he uses on things. I'm like, that for 16 months. It's not working. No way that's working. Because you've been rubbing that cream on your toe for a long time. Right. If it was working, you wouldn't be buying it. But anyway, I'm wondering, is that stuff approved by you? Okay. Does pass as far as the testing part, but not for the FDA said it works. Yeah. Stuff works.
No, so
See, there are people on the, like you're saying, on the public transport that they sell their things. One thing is most of them or some might not have registered their product. So you, the user, will have to check whether it has FDA registration number. That is very important. So it's on it. Usually they write it on the it's on their label. Somewhere we can check the number. I think the FDA number. If you unless you go to FDA website, when you go to FDA's website, then you can get it. But there are even places that you can contact for FDA. When you go on their website, they have contacts you can call to verify some of these things. So you're on a public transport and you're seeing some of these things, and these things, a lot of them come on. Maybe it's registered, maybe it's not registered. So you, the user, will have to verify before you buy such stuff. You don't just buy anything. Yeah. So if really the person is saying FDA approved this, just check the number. Yeah, check the label for the FDA registration number and be sure that it's That's another thing.
So we'll take final questions. Anyone have any final questions? Papa, do you have a final question? Okay, you can talk all here. So I want to give you an opportunity to give your final remarks. And if anyone has, do you have any questions on the live stream? Is there anyone in the group chat with any questions? No. Okay, so I have one final question. My final question is, how quickly can we come to bring our products to the center? And then how quickly is the registration process?
Well, quickly, quick is quick. Yeah, let me put it that way. So, ideally, we have 12 months from the beginning to finish. 12 months. More. The highest time we can. So that's the time we give it to them. That's 3 months. Your report will be ready. But there are instances that there was a time that we were practicing protocol services. So when you bring your product, maybe within 2 months to be ready. But we had a little bit of time, so we stopped it. So now it's from 2 to 3 months you can get to it. So, and then from the extent to FDA will take about 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, to get it done. That is if everything is all right. Otherwise, they will tell you go and bring this, go and bring that, go and bring that. So basically, yes, possible. That's when everything is fine.
Okay, thank you. So I want to thank our panelists. We give them a round of applause from the Center for Plant Research Medicine. And thank you very much for coming to the Big Annual HempTech Conference today. We are going to take a break for lunch before we go to Shy Hills to see the actual site where we will have our research and demonstration farm. We would like to collaborate with you all for this new industry. We also provide training for organic farming. So those youth that Connie and I have, us diaspora that come here, we're asked to be development queens and bring jobs to the youth. So I think it's also the messenger of who's asking the youth to be engaged. It makes a difference. I think coming from an American and saying, hey, do you want to come? They will come. They will come. So we can work together to help you all with your cultivators, and then it will help us to bring jobs to the community. So we thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to take one picture.
Yeah, you said to that construction, she asked that.
So we're going to have no, nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know, the construction person is becoming today.
No, not construction. He's with the internet. He's a monster. Oh, you're the internet man. I was just asking her to bring that back around.
Yeah, but after the
Just
He just want to be in that business. Wait, ready? Are you ready? Okay. Nine. Good.
They're not in a hurry. They're not like.
Bring the picture.
You're asking me a 5 questions.
So everyone is live streaming, we'll be back after lunch, to go out to demonstration farm here at the corner of the Diaspora Collective for conversation. And the site of the Cooperative Executive Management Team Africa office here in 25 in Beniaco, and we'll be going out to Shy Hills here shortly. So we'll be back. After
Now on the pod, I'm not really going. Yeah, I think that's about putting this is the thing. This is that I know. I'm very, and you know the level of, I guess, factory setup. Use that kind of thing.
You know, like you said, like I built 3 of them. They're all, one of them is fabric.
Okay.
One of them is fabric and 2 of them are metal. But we're really building something to get the data 4 or 5 times gravity. So we're able to build that gravity. So it's like, say, they're 200 pounds, right? Or say 300, or like 100 kilos, right? You're multiplying that by like 9 times.
So the 3D printing, right? What level, what grade of submarine do we take?
You can't just it has to be existing. So like something that you're going to do something, say, ginormous, looks like a crane, but it's pretty damn. Yeah.
Because what I've seen for the big not crane size.
They can get that big is what I'm talking about. So like one machine produces a house this size.
Right. This way they do normal 3D printing.
Exactly.
You know, there's some guys who case that they 3D printing. Yeah. Or Damalia. He's the guy in charge of something like that.
There were a couple of companies that there were a couple.
No, I think one.
Okay. And there's the guy who had a 3D print in the planetarium. Antoinette. Gold Coast restaurant. But it's not there anymore. I'll show you. I'll show you how far I got with this other project. Real quick.